Go ahead, Pierre.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this paper in this prestigious forum. It's really a pleasure. This is a joint work with Geeta Gopinath and Shabnam Kalemlios Khan. The views in the papers are ours and do not necessarily reflect those of the IMF or its executive board. The paper is titled Monetary Policy and the Short Rate Disconnect in Emerging Economies. The starting point is a recurrent theme in this conference, and it's the observation that emerging economies are largely exposed to shocks that originate outside of borders and experience large and volatile external financing conditions. In this context, it's been observed and argued that exposure to fluctuating global conditions may pose trade-offs and challenges to monetary policy in emerging economies. So, to give you an example, consider a typical external shock, a US monetary policy tightening, tighter financial conditions across the world, as shown by work of Ellen Ray, with the effects being particularly pronounced in emerging economies, as earlier work highlights. Well, in this context, it's been argued that face a trade-off, and you can think of this trade-off as the option of increasing or decreasing policy rates. Increasing policy rates in the wake of an external shock may alleviate a currency depreciation and capital outflows, which might be desirable, but at the cost of contracting local demand, domestic demand, and GDP growth. Lowering the policy rate stimulates local demand, but at the cost of further exacerbating the extent of capital outflows and currency depreciation. And so there's a question of where to stand in this trade-off that's been often articulated and characterized in the context of emerging markets responding to external shocks. There is a related but distinct issue which speaks to challenges that might arise in economies that are largely exposed to fluctuating global conditions. This has often been cast in terms of dilemma versus trilemma, but what it means in practice is where you stand in the trade-off, whether you can transmit your monetary policy stance completely in a world in which your financial condition are partly determined by outside forces and global factors. In other words, does the global cycle and exposure to it limits your possibility to actively control domestic economic and financial conditions in your economy that's highly open. Okay, and so against this backdrop, this paper asks two simple questions. The first question is simply, how can we best characterize the behavior of monetary policy in emerging economies, okay, in response to external shocks, but even more generally? And the second is related to the second point I've made, which is whether global financial conditions challenge the ability of domestic monetary policy to influence the broader economy, and if so, how does this challenge manifest? So let me briefly run through what we do and find, and then I'll delve deeper into the analysis. So the first question was, what do central banks do in emerging economies? To answer that question, we collect, thanks to the BIS, a large set of policy rates, sort of consistently collected through advanced and emerging economies. And we find that monetary policy in emerging economies is best characterized to be countercyclical, at least on average. That is, on average, central banks tend to lower policy rates during economic recessions. And that's true both in emerging and advanced economies. We find that to be the case unconditionally after a US monetary policy tightening, as well as around notable historical episodes of global distress. We also find that you can't reject the hypothesis that the average emerging economies follows a Taylor rule with response coefficients estimated to be similar to those of advanced economies, raising policy rates in the wake of higher inflation, higher output growth, or output gap. Okay? Then we get to the second question, which is whether exposure to fluctuating global financial conditions might pose challenges to emerging economies. And here we start by showing that in emerging economies, there's a sense in which short-term market rates 3-month horizon interbank money market rates, as well as 3-month horizon government bond rates, tend to deviate from policy rates in emerging economies over the business cycle. Our metric that we emphasize is the short-term differential, the difference between market and policy rate. And we find that to be counter-cyclical on average in emerging economies, whereas in advanced economies, we find these rates to move very tightly, and hence the differential is small and acyclical. Importantly, we find that this object of interest, the difference between market and policy rate, or the short-term differential, tend to move with global financial conditions, such as the MB spread of a country, as well as with the degree to which a domestic banking sector is exposed to external liabilities, external financing conditions. Okay? And so once again, we find that there's a difference between the behavior of short-term market rates and policy rates, especially conditional on a set of external factors, and the differential between the two tends to move with external financing conditions and with the exposure of the domestic banking sector to these external conditions. And so this brings us to propose an explanation for at least part of this time-varying differential that relies on the idea that domestic banks rely in part on external funding, and they are the marginal investor in both the interbank market as well as the government bond market. And in this simple framework, we highlight that to the extent that external funding conditions are independent of the behavior of the policy rate, there is an incomplete pass-through from policy to market rates, and the extent of incompleteness and the movements in the differential are indeed related to bank external exposure and the movements in their funding and external funding conditions. So this paper is indeed related to a very vast and insightful set of other papers. The two contributions that we emphasize are, first, that there's a big discussion about how exposure to the global financial cycle and financing condition abroad might challenge monetary policy making in emerging economies. We argue that part of this challenge manifests through a time-varying differential in the policy rate and short-term local currency market rates, which are a linchpin to sort of broader financing condition in the economy. We argue that this has to be taken into account when writing models of business cycles for emerging economies, where short-term market rates and policy rate are often equated, with notable exceptions. And in this sense, it's also important to keep that into account when thinking about characterizing the monetary policy stance of these economies. Proxying the policy stance with market rates might lead to inaccurate conclusion about things like monetary policy cyclicality and its stance in general. Okay, so let me begin by characterizing the behavior of monetary policy rates in emerging economies. In this context, I'll show 4 pieces of evidence. First, estimates from Taylor rule. So I'll estimate Taylor rules and look at the implied reaction coefficients. I'll look at basic correlation between policy rates and GDP growth at different horizons. I look at the response of policy rates to identified US monetary policy shocks and more broadly to policy rates across countries around historical episodes of global distress, such as COVID or the GFC. The main data source for policy rates at the BIS when it comes to short-term market rates would rely on Bloomberg or the IMF International Financial Statistics. And importantly, our longest sample is 1990-2018, but for each country we select the time periods where the country belongs to a floating or regime, or to be more precise, where the country does not belong to a PEG regime, according to the classification of Ilsetki, Renard, and Rogov. So for example, for Peru, we include the policy rate starting in 2001 onward.
I was going to ask regarding that. Are you in your sample of countries considering inflation targeters, meaning successful inflation targeters, or more other countries too, like Argentina?
So the broader baseline sample exclude only PEGs, classification 1 of Ilsetti, Reiner, and Rogov. So we keep inflation targeted, but also countries that may not have achieved successful inflation targeting. We have sort of some appendices that look specifically at countries that follow interest rate frameworks as that are more sort of akin to inflation targeting precisely. So we follow Carvalho and co-authors in using an OLS panel regression to estimate a Taylor rule, which they argue is desirable in finite sample if the local monetary policy shock is a relatively small fraction of interest rate movements. So this allows also for some degree of interest rate smoothing. And what we find is that, first and foremost, we find that both in the panel of emerging economies and in the panel of advanced economies, policy rates tend to increase when inflation is higher, as well as when the output gap is higher than average. We see that the estimates are fairly similar across emerging and advanced economies, and they imply some Taylor rule coefficients that are fairly in line with estimates from the US with a significant degree of interest rate smoothing. Okay. We find similar results when we use GDP growth as our measure of slack, when we exclude high inflation episodes. And you might be interested in the fact that when we add the specification with exchange rate, we do find some degree of exchange rate targeting consistent with fear of floating, but the coefficients on inflation and output gap remain fairly stable and significant. And so that's that. Here, we want to sort of refer to an earlier literature that tries to characterize the cyclicality of policy rates. We do that with effectively dynamic correlations, where we regress the policy rate today and at some horizons ahead on current GDP growth and the lags of the policy rate. We do that for emerging and advanced economies, and this is quarterly data. So what we see is that both in emerging and advanced economies, the policy rate tends to be higher around period of high GDP growth, especially a few quarters out. But we also point out that the cyclicality is much smaller in emerging economies than in advanced economies. And when you couple this with the Taylor rule results from the previous slide, that's consistent with the idea that emerging economies are more exposed to supply shocks or shocks that cause supply type fluctuations and co-movements. We then condition on US monetary policy shocks. We use the high frequency identification of US monetary policy shocks sort of adopted by Gertel and Karady and recently updated by Yarochinsky and Karady. And what we find is that even conditioned on an exogenous US monetary policy tightening, the policy rate tend to decline, especially a year out. And that occurs in the midst of some GDP contraction, puzzling response of CPI inflation and capital outflows. Okay. Last, we also look more broadly at two episodes. One is the global financial crisis. So I plot the evolution of policy rates from August 2008 to August 2010. And what you see is that by and large, the decline in the policy rate occurs both in emerging and advanced economies in a way that's comparable across these two set of countries. We find that to be the case around the global financial crisis, as well as around COVID, another shock that's global in nature. Okay? And so these four pieces of evidence together bring us to argue that by and large, one can characterize the behavior of policy rates as indicating that the monetary policy stance in emerging economies is largely countercyclical, that emerging economies tend to lower policy rates during recessions, both unconditionally and conditional on some selected external shocks. So let me move to looking at the behavior of short-term market rates in these economies. So we want to do that because the policy rates are typically defined as the target interest rate set by the central bank in their efforts to influence short-term market rates as part of their monetary policy strategy to further influence a broader set of borrowing rates across the economy. The market rates that we consider in this paper are treasury rates, rate at which government borrows, as well as interbank money market rates, rates charged on short-term loans between banks. We focus on a 3-month treasury rate and a 3-month money market rate. The 3-month treasury rate is where we have most data, while being at the short end of the curve, and we do the same for money market rates. The baseline results that I'll show are for 3-month treasury rates. In the appendix, we have the same exercises run with 3-month interbank money market rates, and the properties are fairly similar across these two short-term assets. So this is the same set of dynamic correlation, asking what is the behavior of market rates as well as policy rates around episode of high GDP growth, or periods where GDP is above average. And so I'm overlaying the blue line I showed before, depicting the policy rate, with the cyclical behavior of the market rate. So what you see is that in emerging economies, in our panel of countries, the panel coefficient is estimated to be significantly different from the one capturing the behavior of the policy rate. So there's a significant departure at a cyclical frequency between policy and market rates. In fact, here it seems that even qualitatively, the two tend to be different from each other. That's not the case in advanced economies, where market and policy rates tend to move very tightly, both qualitatively and quantitatively.
So, Pierre, Andy here. So what's happening? Like, there is a spread between the market and the policy rate that is shrinking when the output gap, with the output gap?
There's a differential, and that's what I'm showing here.
Okay.
There's a differential between the market and the policy rate that tends to be counter-cyclical in emerging economies, as you see here, by an estimated negative coefficient over a 2-year horizon. But in advanced economies, is across the board small and acyclical. So the difference between the market and the policy rate tend to shrink over booms and increase over recession, like any counter-cyclical spread that you can think of. But here we're looking at local currency short-term market rates that are not the key focus of much of the literature.
Sorry, Pierre, what's special about short-term assets? Like, there are counter-cyclical spreads on like longer-term assets. If you look just at the NBI spread, that's pretty standard. So what's special about looking at the spreads in the short-term market instead?
Good question. So as you said, it's been documented that there are counter-cyclical spread as long-term assets or very risky asset. Here we're looking at things that we typically think as proxying monetary policy stance. That's how we write models, and that's how we even often look at the data in our empirical analysis. And we find that, interestingly, at a 3-month horizon, there's a disconnect between these two. So in that sense, we find it interesting because we're not looking at typically long-term risky assets. We're looking at 3-month interbank money market.
So this is like a convenience yield on top of, whereas longer-term stuff have higher risk, like they're more risky, default, etc. This is more like a convenience yield story. Let's say something like that.
I'm not labeling the differential yet. We'll propose an explanation. There are different possible explanations that might apply, one of which is a convenience yield explanation. And even conditional on a US monetary policy tightening, you do see a fairly evident disconnect. While policy rate tend to decline, the treasury rate and the money market rate tend to increase in the midst of capital outflows and increasing volatility. Okay. And this is for emerging economies. The last piece of evidence along these lines is for a specific episode that might be construed as a US monetary policy tightening. This is the taper tantrum around May 2013. Bernanke made an announcement that revealed that US monetary policy was going to be more tightened that people expected, causing turmoil in financial markets. And what you see is that in emerging economies, the typical response was a policy rate decline while market rates were increasing, as reflected in an increase in the short-term differential, the market minus the policy rate. Okay, so even in this raw data, you can see some sense of departure between these two objects. So let us then provide a potential explanation of this time-varying differential in market relative to policy rate in emerging economies, and sort of highlight and document that there's a relationship between this differential and global financing conditions in these economies. I'll present a very simple framework. In fact, it's a partial equilibrium model of the banking sector in emerging economies. Consistent with some of the papers that we've seen yesterday and discussed, here we put domestic banks of the emerging economy at the center of the mechanism, and we argue that they are the relevant intermediary operating in the home currency bond market, in the home currency interbank money market, as well as in the home currency bond market, government bond market short term. We have some evidence in the paper that highlights that indeed domestic intermediaries hold a significant fraction of government bonds and are still an important gateway to external financing, consistent with many of the papers in the literature. Our simple home bank will have asset side that consists of short-term home currency market bonds, which you can think of short-term government bonds or short-term interbank money market loans that deliver the market rate, RM. The liability side consists of home currency deposits, which we assume pay the policy rate, RP, as well as foreign financing, which are these dollar bonds that pay the dollar funding rate, R star hat. Importantly, consistent with some of the theoretical papers, predecessor ones, we assume that the dollar funding rate is different from the international funding rate. So there's a wedge that that foreign lenders require when lending to domestic intermediaries in dollars. In addition, consistent with prevailing regulatory regimes in emerging economies, we assume that these domestic banks are fully hedged in terms of currency mismatch, and they do so through forward positions that exactly insulate them from unexpected changes in exchange rates. Okay. And so in this simple framework, the home bank takes the policy rate as given, as well as the dollar funding rate. And based on that, determines sort of the required demand for home market bonds and the required price. Let me skip this. And so, very simply, the bank balance sheet consists of asset side equal to the current local currency value of market bonds, and liability side on the current local currency value of deposits plus foreign liabilities expressed in local currency. And as a result, the bank's profits on its balance sheet are nothing but the difference between the market rate and the funding costs, which are a weighted average of the local deposit rate, which is the policy rate, and the foreign borrowing rate, R star hat, once converted through forwards into local currency. Okay.
Pierre, can I ask just a clarifying
Mark.
question? You said CIP holds, but we have $2 interest rates and 2 local currency interest rates. Which pair? You have R star and R hat,
Correct.
and then you have RP and RM,
Yes.
and so
what we are assuming is that CIP holds in terms of the market, the local market, when using local market rates and the foreign borrowing rate. I have to think more deeply if it fails.
Our RM and our hat, basically.
Correct. But that's a good question of whether it doesn't. Let me point out two things. So the first is that this omega at captures the reliance on foreign liabilities of the domestic banking sector. For the typical emerging economy, this is around 30 to 40%. And back to relate to this question, we had a version of the model where we assumed that CIP deviations occur, and so the relevant foreign borrowing condition had a wedge. In fact, it's still present here. Then we assume it away, but had a wedge there, and we had some regression pointing to some interesting relationship between the short-term differential and CIP deviation. But we could do it only for a subset of countries, so we didn't pursue that further. But I just wanted to point it out. That's consistent also with the evidence of Lorena Keller's paper that the banks' decisions indeed are affected by CIP deviations that they face. Interestingly, though, since we're here, regardless of what you assume about CIP deviation, if banks are hedged, like we assume, UIP deviation should not matter for their balance sheet and decisions here. And in fact, when we had explore relationship between the market rate and UIP deviation, we didn't find anything significant after controlling for the dollar borrowing rate. So after this digression, let me again show that these are the bank profits, which are actually predetermined at time t, given the assumptions about hedging. And under perfect competition and risk neutrality, you have that they will drive the market rate as equal to a weighted average of the policy rate, which is the deposit rate, and the foreign dollar borrowing rate once converted in home currency, where the proportion to which the second term matter depends on omega, the share of foreign liabilities in the domestic banking sector. And so what you can observe is that in a simple model, there's an incomplete pass-through from policy to market rate as long as the share of foreign financing omega is positive, and as long as that foreign financial conditions are not perfectly correlated with the local monetary policy rate.
A quick question here, Juan. So what determines omega? Here, over here.
Sorry.
Your left.
It comes from over there.
What would determine omega? I was thinking that, if these are two different ways of funding, if one is cheaper than the other one.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And this is simple model that we assume it exogenous. Okay, so here we have it that we take it as given. We go into the data and see if it matters for this object. I agree with you that to the extent that bank can choose across different sources of liabilities, they would choose the smaller one. We see that in the data, they tap on both domestic and global funding markets, even though there may be differentials in them. So there might be forces that still force them to borrow from both. But for the sake of this paper, we take it as given today.
Here, over here. So just for narrative evidence, it seems to me that this is quite asymmetric, that when the interest rate goes down, in emerging countries, the pass-through tends to be smaller than when it goes up. Is that something you have checked that might speak about the industrial organization of the banking sectors? You can check it in your regressions, basically, right?
Is your narrative based on evidence? That's what?
Evidence in countries, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe there is literature out there that has documented that.
I know we haven't looked at asymmetries, but certainly a good question to look into. So the simple model gives you that the pass-through from policy to market rate is incomplete as long as, and the extent of incompleteness is in proportion to omega. You can rewrite that simple pricing condition of the bank to express it in terms of the short-term differential or object of interest, and you see that intuitively it depends on the dollar funding premium, the extent to which the bank have to borrow at a rate above the international funding rate, and as well as the extent to which they're exposed to global funding conditions. So there are these two terms that in our simple model are relevant for the emergence of the disconnect. And that's what I said. Now, before moving on, let me just point out that even though this is a simple partial equilibrium framework with some admittedly stark assumptions, it's consistent with a number of mechanisms that have been found to be relevant in microdata from the banking literature. We've seen some yesterday, but let me just point out two studies from Turkey. One is an earlier paper by Shebnem with Di Giovanni, Ulu, and Baskaya. They do find that changes in global funding conditions as proxied by the VIX do transmit to local lending rates through the banking sector. In fact, banks that are more exposed to global funding conditions, bank with higher omega, do transmit global funding condition more. So by and large, that's consistent with this. Another interesting paper by José Luis Pedro, Fendolo, and Gulsen, also from Turkey, looks at a different shock. It looks at changes in the local monetary policy rate. And it finds that changes in the monetary policy rate, innovation to the Taylor rule in their context, transmit only partially to the local lending rate. And they transmit less for banks who can more easily tap into foreign funding markets. So that's consistent with the simple equation that I had in the previous slide, that to the extent that banks can tap into this market or that just rely in part on the foreign funding market, the policy rate transmission to the market rate operates only in proportion to the bank reliance on local deposits. More related and specific to our analysis, here we depict a set of estimated coefficients from panel regression from 30 emerging economies, and the regression consists in the short-term differential, the market minus the policy rate, on two measures of the dollar funding premium and the bank external exposure. As a proxy for the dollar funding premium of banks, we use the MB spread, which is country time specific. And to measure bank external exposure, we rely on earlier work by Shebnem and co-authors at the BIS, where they have a measure of the share of external funding that bank share of external liabilities in the domestic banking sector. And so we have this regression that's motivated by our simple model, and we do find that indeed the short-term differential is higher for a country with a higher dollar funding premium, as well as for periods in which there's higher external exposure of the banking sector. In particular, we find that a 10 percentage point increase in the MB spread is associated with a 1.5/2 percentage point increase in the market rate above the policy rate. And similarly, a 10 percentage point increase in the bank external liability share is associated with about a 1.3, 1.4% percentage point increase in the short-term differential. We find that when we have both country and time, this is a monthly regression, country and month fixed effects, the estimated coefficients are fairly stable. That suggests that part of this relationship arises because of country time specific movements in both dollar financing condition, as proxied by the MB spread, and country time specific movements in external exposure. Okay. So ready to conclude. We find that indeed there's a sense in which global financial condition puts both trade-offs and challenges to central bank. A short summary of our analysis is that we find that by and large the monetary policy stance in the typical emerging economies is counter-cyclical, but yet we do find a non-trivial time-varying short-term differential between market rates and policy rates that seem to be related to foreign funding condition. It applies to both local currency interbank money market rates and local currency short-term government bonds, and we link it to the the important reliance of domestic banking sector on foreign funding conditions, which are large and volatile. Which are volatile. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre. The discussant, Pablo Tonelo.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper. It's a great pleasure to be in Peru. Let me start by saying that I think this is a very important paper for understanding the conduct of monetary policy in emerging markets. I enjoy very much reading it. There are two main contributions. One is the new empirical characterization of monetary policy conduct. And here, the paper highlights, if you want, some similarities that emerging markets have with developed economies that are, in a sense, different from what the previous literature highlighted, and the countercyclicality of monetary policy and the Taylor rule being two of those. And then that it documents this short-term disconnect, meaning there's a time-varying wedge between policy rates and short-term market rates. And then they discuss a model base of financial intermediaries pricing of these short-term market rates. Okay, so I'm going to go over each of these two contributions and do some suggestions as I go. So let me start by emphasizing why I think, one of the reasons why this is an important paper for our understanding of monetary policy, that there is a conventional wisdom in this literature to a large extent that monetary policy in emerging markets is often pro-cyclical. This, a seminal paper in this was a paper of When It Rains, It Pours by Kaminsky, Reinhardt, and Weg. And, that paper is about fiscal policy that's very well known, but also has a component of monetary policy. Here I'm illustrating it with this figure that has policy rates come from Weg and Bulletin that, is very similar to this, but has an advantage that is, Carlos Weg is also a Uruguayan, so he picked deliberately colors in the figure that are from Peñarol, okay? So it's a yellow and black. So this shows the correlation between the cyclical components of short-term interest rates and GDP between 1960 and 2009. And you see these developed economies are here, these black lines, and that includes those two. And you tend to see that those are positive for developed economies. You see that for many emerging markets, these are negative. And this is kind of a very well known fact in a sense. So this is what the paper is coming from and what the paper is challenging. So, Pierre shows this, that monetary policy in emerging markets tends to be counter-cyclical when what you do is to estimate these local projections where you have rates at different horizons in the left-hand side, and you have changes in GDP on the right-hand side. And you can trace here the dynamics of these policy rates and market rates. So, you see that in emerging market, in advanced economies, both increase during booms. And you see that also in emerging markets, the policy rates do, they increase by less, but they are also increasing consistent with what they do in advanced economies. Something here, if I were to try to tighten this with the previous literature, I will try to do, try to decompose, how much of these differences come from different periods, analyze it by country, try to tighten it the more that you can. But in any case, I think it's kind of a very important conclusion for researchers building models of monetary policy in emerging markets. Many of us sometimes try to say, hey, here I'm going to construct a model that, in which the government optimizes, and I'm going to try to match moments of monetary policy. So it's absolutely critical for our models that we see this. Okay, so the paper also shows that another sense in which we can see that cyclicality of monetary policies if we estimate some Taylor rules, and here you see also coefficients, positive coefficients in the Taylor rule in the response of policy rates to GDP. One component that I think the paper could emphasize more, that at least struck me when I saw it, is the coefficients on inflation, that emerging markets tend to be also quite responsive to changes in inflation. And here I think the paper could do more emphasis on trying to understand why, right? So here I'm just illustrating why this was surprising to me, at least. If I see inflation in emerging and advanced economies, this is for exactly the same sample that the paper analyzes, and we have here the median and different percentiles of the distribution. You see very, very different patterns. I mean, of course, this is not incompatible with what the paper is showing, but I think putting these the people into perspective of why, even though they follow these very similar rules, the outcomes of inflation are so different will be interesting to try to connect that. Then the second point that the paper has, in a sense, I think this comes, after you try to understand why the paper was different from the previous literature, you have like this extra result that is very interesting in itself, that is about this short rate disconnect. Okay, so the difference between policy and short-term market rates is procyclical, unlike advanced economies, and it decreases with U.S. monetary policy tightening. So Pierre showed this figure. Again, we have here local projections. When the U.S. increases its interest rates, you have that these market rates increase following the U.S. rate, but we have a decline in policy rates. Okay, so I have a couple of questions here, or suggestions of what I will think will do more in this regard. So first, how do this look like in advanced economies? And here a natural question would be: are the market rates those that are disconnected, or the policy rates that are disconnected? We have many times a sense that the U.S. increases its policy rates and other economies follow. So perhaps what is different here that emerging markets are doing is what they do with their policy rates regarding that. I think then also more importantly, I'll try to focus more, in a sense, in domestic monetary policy shocks. We have ways now to identify those also for these emerging market economies. So if the paper wants to characterize this monetary policy in emerging markets, I think it will be a very natural object to look at. And that can be interesting to think about, at least in two dimensions. One is that it will be a key object to think about for monetary transmission, right? So if we think about, any monetary simple model that has a Taylor type of rule in which we have a Household-Euler equation, what we are documenting here is this wedge that is at the rate at which these households, if you think that they will borrow or save at the same rate as the market rate, has a wedge with respect to the policy rate. Then for things such as determinacy, etc., or how much you should decline your rates if you have a contraction or if inflation is increasing, it's absolutely critical to know how much this wedge varies with your policy. What's the relationship between your policy rates and what this object behaves. And the other thing is that it's also, I think, a useful object to inform about different models of this short-term disconnect. Okay, and this is, the last point that I want to make is about the model. Okay, so just to wrap up a little bit what Pierre showed, we have here a model of local financial intermediaries in which the marginal investor is this local intermediary and is determining these short-term rates. So they have two sources of financing, deposits and foreign borrowing with exogenous weights omega. And then they derive under these conditions a market rate that is a weighted average between the policy rate and this foreign borrowing rate. A point here, mimicking what Juan was saying, I'll try to endogenize these omegas. I think that's kind of a very natural thing to try to do to them all. But I think more broadly what I will try to do is to also try to discuss other potential models, mechanisms that we can think about what's driving this, right? So, here, for example, if you take the perspective of, for example, a global bank that this is just another simple model that you can think about for these, right? So you can have like a global bank that can purchase securities in the market economy and in the US, for example, and that intermediary uses its net worth, some deposits, and has some costly equity issuance. Well, that intermediary is going to equate the required return of the different risky assets here. So what we can be seeing here ultimately is that the response that we have for these market rates is just about intermediaries trying to equate the required returns of the different assets. And in this problem, we don't have necessarily the policy rate entering at all in the problem of these global intermediaries. So again, it could be that what is disconnected in a sense is the policy rate, while this is priced from these investors. Okay, so broader things also, it would be nice to see to what extent this comes from risk premium or from the term structure of interest rates. In a sense, we have here a policy rate, which is, overnight for many countries, a 3 market rate, so it could be some term premium going on with this. And also, I think it would be nice to emphasize, again, why is different? Like if we write a model of a bank, like what is the difference, or in any of these hypotheses, what is exactly different between the emerging and advanced economies, which in the model comes, in your model comes from the borrowing cost, which is the emerging markets are different, but in these are hypotheses, how would you think about that? And finally, one point to be made is I think the paper also could trace a connection with the literature on the short-term disconnect in advanced economies. These figures come from a nice paper by Moritz Lennel, Piasecki, and Schneider. So what they show here is the maturity in years in the horizontal axis, and then we have here yields. So they trace the yield curve, and they show that the very short-term rate has a discontinuity. So they trace what they call like a shadow rate, that will be the rate implied by this yield curve, and then they show that it has interesting movements across the cycle. And one that I found particularly interesting, for example, is in the Great Recession. You have this decline in the short-term rates, but then the shadow spread goes up. So I think it's there are a lot of models that have been written, including this paper connected with that. So I think it would be nice to check, in a sense, what's the level of this. I mean, everything you do is about these changes, but it would be nice to see if there is indeed some discontinuity in the policy rate, and if so, also, do the models that we know for developed economies, could they tell us something about emerging markets? Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Go ahead, Pierre. You can react a little bit, and we can collect some questions in a minute.
Thank you very much, Pablo. This was very, very good and certainly useful. I can't address every question, but let me say that I think your discussion made me think that there might be value to further enrich the model to think through what might be behind this volatile funding condition of the domestic banking sector, which might as well arise from global bank time varying price of risk, for example, and that would also lead you to sort of having that endogenized lead you to understand what you should expect in the wake of different shocks, the local monetary policy shocks or other shocks that are local in nature that you can identify. So that's certainly a route we can pursue. But by and large, we wanted to point out that if those conditions apply in the simple model, then you would already have a disconnect. And then, of course, let me also say that while we hypothesize that the disconnect result from time-varying marginal cost of the domestic banking sector, so that we don't rule out alternatives that might be based on default risk. I mean, Arellano, Bai, and Mihalache have a nice paper with sovereign default risk in a New Keynesian model, where you have a sense of a disconnect already there. That could be an alternative, or a time-varying price of risk for term risk that you have mentioned. And in this sense, I'm very sympathetic to it. And this might also inform one on different inflation dynamics, even though two countries follow the same Taylor rule, that there may be a different shock structure or different mechanisms, like the one we emphasized, that might lead to different inflation outcomes in equilibrium. That's certainly a possibility. It'd be certainly useful to relate to Lionel Piazzesi and Schneider. Let me point out that the notion of disconnect, even though we call it the same way, it's a different object. So they equate the short-term bond rate with the policy rate, and they say it's different from the shadow rate that would be implied by the term structure. We have a different notion of that, but there's certainly a relationship to be drawn there too. So thanks again, and we'll talk more, I'm sure, and I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, so I'll take the first question. So I think it's super interesting. I think it would be useful, sort of just following up with my earlier question, to think about these results for economies that are following successful inflation targeting regimes. Think about Peru, Colombia. I think that there's interest in terms of whether, for example, for this disconnect, whether it matters if you're thinking about these economies versus you're thinking of, or Turkey, Argentina type economies, which of course suffer from other chronic credibility issues. So I think that is sort of, I don't know if you want to make it your baseline. For me, I would probably do the baseline, the emerging economies that have been successful inflation targeters, but at least a very important sort of lesson to think about whether it matters. The other, so that's my first comment. My second comment is on, and this is following up on what you just said, which is, you can have different co-movements based on the prevalence of, let's call it, demand versus supply shocks. And, the relation between, for example, inflation and output is going to crucially depend on that. And the monetary policy response could be different too. So, whether or not, some of the differences in, for example, the difference in the extent to which a monetary policy response to output correlates with output, whether that is just a sort of a difference in the incidence of shocks, which sort of emerging markets have traditionally been very supply shock driven. So those are my two comments.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Christina. Briefly, we do have that our main results hold for countries that closely follow an interest rate based framework, like Peru, Colombia, Brazil. And specifically those time periods. But I mean, I see the justice of your point of making that a baseline, and I agree. We also very much agree with the notion that when you see cyclicality between policy rates and GDP growth, you have to be very careful in interpreting that as monetary policy going pro-cyclical or monetary policy following a standard Taylor rule, but just the underlying shocks are supply based. So we argue that you have to look at Taylor rule estimates and cyclicality together to interpret what we find. And we agree with you that a mild correlation between interest rates and output growth may just be reflective of supply shocks or even sovereign risk, like in your paper, that manifests itself as a supply type movement.
I have time for one more question. Can I? Yes. Yeah. I have two comments. First one, I want to echo what Jorge was saying, which is I think the banking competition can also, there's a large literature in banking in the US and developed economies that discusses the fact that bank competition and the lack of bank competition is actually going to affect the pass-through of monetary policy rates into their banking rates. So thinking about, how competitive are these banking sectors might start giving you a little bit more power. The other thing I wanted to say is that thinking about external financing, the IMF has fantastic data on this in the financial stability reports. And you can see that the amount of external financing that banks rely on is very diverse. So while Latin American countries in general have less than 10% and sometimes 2%, when you think about Bolivia, about their external financing coming from money market funds, the majority of their financing comes from core financing, which is deposits. And thinking about, so this is going to be your W there, and thinking about what drives this W, I think connecting to what Christina was saying, that maybe W is coming from inflation stability or any type of macro shocks is going to be really important, because it's going to be very different in a story like Turkey, who has like 60% of their external financing coming, from external, versus Peru, who has less than 10%, is going to be very different. Thank you.
Select a couple. Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Juliana.
So I just want to echo something that Pablo was saying and Christina. I mean, when I was looking at this, I was also thinking of 2008 in the U.S., where we saw this, big gap between the market rates and the policy rates, and we kind of have an idea there that the problem was in the financial sector. And then the thing I thought was that maybe most of the GDP variations in emerging markets involve the financial sector. So it might be useful to look just like at commodity shocks or something that is not originating in the financial sector or involving a heavy financial sector, just to see if it still holds, conditional on the type of shock.
There could be a mechanism going through the financial sector. After,
There could be, and you
yeah.
could include measures of financial sector health and the things that we have in
It
the
makes
US.
perfect sense. Thank you.
But I mean, yeah, so the 2008 is just like a big example that's consistent with your story for emerging markets, but obviously has nothing to do with currency.
Well, I think Juliana made useful observations that we take and we'll discuss and think through, and same for Mark. I think we can learn a lot, echoing what Pablo said, from looking at conditional and different shocks, how this behaves, and then that would inform us of when it comes from. But a difference that we want to point out is that this time-varying difference in market relative to policy rate is something that occurs more regularly in emerging economies than or just episodes of extreme crisis. And I'll leave it at that.
So to complement Pablo's point, so U.S. monetary policy also affects exchange rates, commodity prices, and trade imports, right? So so then it might be just policy rates responding differently because they are differently exposed to this emerging advanced, right? So is that something you have control for, you have considered?
Any other questions?
Yes, very interesting and useful contribution. I enjoyed it very much. Just a couple of comments about the modeling, though. I'm not sure that I understood the bank's problem in your model. I mean, if the bank actually chooses assets and liabilities subject to market rates and policy rates and funding rates, then the condition that you mentioned was not really like the demand function of the bank, but it's an equilibrium condition. And this is actually important because, the interpretation of your LAR regression actually is the other way around. It would be the omega, the choice of how the bank funds itself, the dependent variable in a way that not the other way around. But anyway, so that's a minor comment. The other comment is actually, I think that your results are very consistent with a class of models that has been discussed in the past, which is the models of balance sheet effect. I'm saying this because it is very natural to think in these kinds of models that, for example, an adverse shock in an emerging economy actually results in exacerbates financial frictions and increases spreads, right? And that's exactly what you're trying to say, that in emerging economies the spreads increase, and that's because financial frictions actually are, and agency costs increase, right? And that actually explains the disconnect, right? I mean, what is the difference between emerging economies and advanced economies? Well, financial frictions and financial imperfections are more prevalent in emerging economies. In fact, in that literature, there is already a notion of disconnect. I mean, if you look at the papers that Velasco and Céspedes wrote, years ago, we did make a difference between what we call the financially robust economies and financially vulnerable cases, actually, and that difference is actually it's the same as the disconnect difference that you're talking about. So I would urge you to actually look at that literature, because you may find a much, I guess, more convincing and useful for policy purposes, to actually think about your results.
Thanks for these comments. I agree that the disconnect might result from agency frictions. We left it unmodeled in a way, but you could make it like that. I'm familiar with your work, and I'm very sympathetic to the idea that mechanisms of that sort might result in that. But recollection is the part of the work is real in nature, and the relevant spread is not exactly the policy relative to interbank, but you might correct me.
There are versions of those kinds of models. Like, for example, there is a very interesting paper. One of the earlier papers is by David Cook and Choi in 2004.
Yes.
Like, for example, they have banks, and I suspect that they have the same kind of effects that you're mentioning.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody. Let's do one more applause. And we'll be back at 10:15. happy to have Vincenzo Quadrini to present our second paper of the day. The title is The Surge in Emerging Markets, International Reserves, and the Rise in Global Volatility.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much for including the paper in the program. And as you can see, this is a joint paper with Enrique Mendoza. So let me start with the picture that motivates the paper. So when you look at the last 30 years approximately, you can see that emerging economies increase quite dramatically the volume of foreign reserves. Okay, there has been also an increase for advanced economies, but the increase in emerging economy is really large. Take also into account that those numbers are in as a percentage of GDP, and take into account that emerging economy grew much faster than advanced economies, so they are much bigger. So in some sense, from a global point of view, the accumulation of reserves is quite impressive. Okay, but at the same time, it's also true that the supply of reserves have been increasing. So, in other words, when you look at the debt, public debt issued by advanced economy, you can see that especially following the financial crisis increased quite significantly. So in some sense, on the one hand, you have those advanced economy that issue public debt, and this public debt is purchased by emerging economy. The question we are interested is what are the credit market implications of this increase in accumulation reserves, and also in the issuance of public debt by advanced economy. So, one of the implications we are interested is also what are related to macroeconomic and financial volatility. Okay, so that what we would like to understand. Okay. So, how do we address the question? Essentially, we are going to build a model. Okay, a model that we bring to the data. So the quantitative application is the central part of the work, and this is a model where there is issuance of public debt, of private debt. Okay, and is a debt that is defaultable. Okay, and private default represents what generates a crisis here. Okay, and the central feature of a financial crisis is a redistribution of wealth from away from lenders to borrowers, and that is that redistribution of wealth that then generates macroeconomic consequences. Okay. That debt is defaultable, so of course, if you are a borrower, you might not repay. But for those who buy the debt, okay, and that represents an asset. And that asset is important because it's a sort of an input of production. And consequently, if you are someone that hold the debt and there is default, essentially what happens is that your assets are going to decline. Okay? And the decline in your assets will have a negative implication for production and so forth. The main exercise is conducted through counterfactuals, okay? And through those counterfactual exercise, what we are going to show is that this increase in holding accumulation of foreign reserves by emerging economy has the following implications. First, leads to a reduction in the interest rate, world interest rate. Okay. And the decline in the world interest rate actually generate greater financial and macroeconomic volatility in both advanced and emerging economy. Okay. On the other hand, the increase in public debt, so issuance of more public debt, has in some sense the opposite effect. Okay, it increases the world interest rate, and by increasing the world interest rate, actually has the counter effect of making financial macroeconomic volatility lower. That essentially is what we are going to show in this paper. Now, let me give you the intuition of why this happens, and then I describe the model, and as I said, the quantitative application is the most important part of the paper. So, what happens when countries, in particular emerging economies, accumulate more foreign reserves? Essentially, what happens is that the price of that debt is going up. So the interest rate, the yield is going down. Okay? But if the interest rate now, the world interest rate is lower, of course, borrowing is more attractive. Okay? And as a result, there will be an increase in leverage. Okay? Now, once you have more leverage, and that happens in both emerging and advanced economy, if something goes wrong, so that there will be a crisis, means that with this higher leverage, readjustment through through default essentially will be bigger, and this will have greater macroeconomic implications. That is why this accumulation of international reserves might lead to greater macroeconomic instability. Okay, it's true basically higher leverage. Okay, well, for public debt is from advanced economy is the opposite, because now if you want to sell your debt, you have to offer higher interest. Okay, but then for the private sector, when the interests are high, it's less. There are less incentive to borrow. So lower leverage, and if crisis emerge, then there will be less need for a readjustment. Okay. So that is what essentially we show in the paper. So what I will do, I will describe now the model. I will describe how we bring the model to the data, and then I describe the counterfactual. Okay. So this will be a two-country model. There will be a country one that is representative of emerging economy, and there is a second country that is representative of advanced economy, of emerging economies. Okay. In each country, there are three types of agents. Okay. So there are the net borrowers. Those in our model will be producers, of intermediate goods. Okay. There will be a second, let's call sector or type of agents. Those will be those who have a positive financial position. So essentially they are net lender. Will be another kind of firms, but we model as entrepreneurs. It will be the final producers. And then there will be the household sectors, but the household sector here plays just a very an important role beside providing labor. Okay. So why do we need to split the production sector in two? Okay, because we want someone who borrows, someone who lends. Okay, so there will be within a country there is a borrowing and lending. Okay. Now,
is that something you typically observe in the data? Intermediate good producers borrowing and
no, that is purely a modeling strategy to make the production, the two sector complementary. Okay, so in other words, what happens is the intuition is sort of very simple. I am the customer of what you produce. Okay, now if because you are intermediate producer, I'm the final producer. So I buy your intermediate goods. Okay, so when my financial position deteriorates, I don't buy your goods. And that is what generated a recessions. Okay, so we decide to model this way through intermediate final producers, but it can be done in other ways. It might be through production function that simply complementary. Okay, what we don't want is this. We don't want that they are substitutable, because I am in a bad financial conditions, so I cannot produce. Fine. You are in a slack position, then you just substitute, you produce more what I don't, and won't have any effect. So in a sort of a new Keynesian, that the demands come from consumers. Okay, so when the consumers cannot buy goods, then there will be a decrease in demand. Here instead comes in our in our paper, it comes from final producers. Okay, through intermediate producers who are the ones who employ labor and so on and so forth. Okay, but again, what is important here is that a crisis, the way I will describe, redistribute financial resources. Okay, and that is what is really matter. There is, of course, I'm talking about accumulation reserves and the issuance of public debt, so there must be also a garment sector. And but the garment is passive, so the accumulation of reserves and the issuance of public debt is purely exogenous. So we don't have anything to say why they do that. Okay, although at the end I will have some comments about that. Now, for instance, the garment budget in advanced economy will be they hold some foreign reserves, they buy some public, they issue public debt, so PIF stands for public, and at the same time they buy the foreign reserves, they have the old debt, and then they make transfers to households. Okay. But all those things are exogenous, except that T will be endogenously determined through the budget constraint. Okay. Similar is for country 2. The only thing is that emerging economy don't issue public debt. Okay, so that is why you don't see here this variable, okay, for emerging economy.
In terms of one question, so the government cannot use the reserve to insulate the economy from shocks? I mean, if they have accumulated a lot.
So you are saying that they might use the foreign reserves to help the economy?
Yes.
Yes. So for the moment, no. Then we have an extension in which they do. Okay, will be at the end. For the moment, we want to focus on the financial markets implications rather than using foreign reserves for potentially smoothing out the consequences. But we will have the extension with that. Okay, so let's start with this net borrowers. So those are producers of intermediate goods. They produce with a standard production function, labor, and capital. Okay, and they, of course, they will have they maximize profits, but essentially this is the neoclassical producers. Okay, what is additional to the standard neoclassical producers that they can borrow. Okay, and they borrow some amount, let's say they borrow DT in the previous period at the price QT, and then they promise to repay DT. But here comes the default assumption, is that when T comes, the firm has to repay that amount. He might choose to repay less. Okay, so the repayment rate is delta. Okay, so if delta is equal to 1, means that he repays 100%. If it's lower, means that there is default. Okay. Okay, now the assumption that we make about default is depends on the liquidation value of the capital that those firms hold. So if the liquidation of capital liquidation value of capital declines and it goes beyond below the debt, then that is where there is default. So this is like the firm is underwater. Okay. So this little L represents essentially the unit value of the capital that the firm owns. Now, the assumption that we make about this liquidation value. Okay? So the very simple way to justify fluctuation this is to say, okay, in normal time, the value of one unit of capital is just one, okay? But there could be some situations in which that liquidation value drops, okay? And it becomes what we call this kappa, which could be lower, of course. Actually, will be lower than 1.
Why for the default, the firm evaluates the liquidation value of capital?
No, this is the lender. So the lender says, okay, now you are not repaying, I'm going to take your capital. How much I can recover from that? And will be this L. Okay. Now, of course, here it's a very stark assumption that we justify with some liquidity assumption. So at the end of the day, but I don't want to go into those details for this presentation because I don't have time. At the end of the day, we interpret this as some self-fulfilling price. You wanted to ask a question?
Yeah. What's the timing of? Isn't it the liquidation of tomorrow that matters for the default decision?
Yes. So today I borrow. So let's go time t minus 1. Okay. So I borrow dt. Okay. And at this price. Now I go to time to period t. Okay. And I'm supposed to repay this. Okay. Now, however, I realize that if the creditor confiscate my capital, it can recover only this little, a lower price, okay? Now, if that value is below the debt, then I'm going to renegotiate and bring back the value to the liquidation value. That is the essentially the assumption. Okay, okay, very good. But for the moment, for my presentation, all you have to remember is this: that you the firm borrow, he enters the next period, all of a sudden this liquidation value drops. If the liquidation value drops sufficiently below the debt, there will be renegotiation and the debt gets rescaled.
But there is no dead weight loss anywhere.
There is no, sorry?
Dead weight loss.
No, no. No, exactly. So here is purely this, when this default arises, is purely a redistribution of wealth away from creditors to borrowers. So in some sense, those firms is good to default. Okay. Now, of course, data will be captured by the price, obviously. Oops, now I went too far. Wait a sec, why it doesn't go back this one? No, wait a sec. Oh, I'm going the opposite way. Wait a sec. It's going. Okay. Yes, okay. Yeah, correct. So, of course, when I issue this debt, okay, this price will capture the possibility of default. So it will be priced at. Okay? And here terms are risk neutral, right? So obviously that the fact that the Q increases because I repay less, it doesn't matter for the firm. It doesn't. Because it's purely captured. What matters for the firm is really the expected cost. And so this means that those firms, as long as the interest rate is lower than the intertemporal discount rate, they will like to borrow as much as possible, provided that the interest rate is lower than the intertemporal discount rate. Okay? So to prevent that, we assume that as the firm borrows more, there will be also a cost. So this is a deadweight loss here. Okay? So the equivalent of a borrowing constraint. Okay, but rather than imposing a strict borrowing constraint, we assume that there is this increasing cost. Okay, but conceptually is a similar idea. That's it. So this is how the cost looks like. Okay, very good. At the end of the day, with that cost, what happens is that, very simple, without going to the algebra, is that if the interest rate is lower, okay, those firms are going to borrow more. Okay? What stops them from borrowing is that as they borrow more, then the cost kicks in. Okay? That's it. So that already shows that if the interest rate is lower, there will be more leverage. That is a sort of a mechanic from this side. Okay, now let's look at the final producer. Remember, the final producers are the ones that buy the goods from those intermediate producers. Okay, and here, however, we model final producer as heavy concave utility, and let me explain why that is important. Is because here we want some endogenous accumulation of asset savings. Okay, so those are the firms that hold the financial assets. Okay, this is sort of the firm with cash. Okay, but we need some way to have a well-defined way for them to accumulate those the cash, and they will do it through savings. Okay, and their production is very simple. They buy those intermediate goods. There is a productivity, and this is what they produce. But when they buy the X, they pay a price. Okay, and now the key assumption is this one. So when they buy the intermediate goods, okay, they need to have liquidity. So they will be the financial assets that they hold. Okay. So where do they get those financial assets? Of course, on one hand, they issue liabilities, right? In part, that will be the firms that I described before. So the firm borrows, those final producer buy those bonds. That will be the liquidity that you are going to use in production. In production, meaning to buy those intermediate inputs. Okay. So now you can see what happens here is that if there is default, these accumulated assets will drop. So those firms don't have enough funds to buy the intermediate inputs. Okay, so if they don't have enough funds to buy the intermediate inputs, what happens to the price of the intermediate inputs? Drops. So for the intermediate producers, will be like a productivity shock. Because now what they produce, they have to sell at a lower price. And the way they react is by producing less. Okay. So this is essentially the way it works. Now, this is the important part showing what M contains. Okay. So those, remember there are two countries, right? So they can hold bonds issued by private sector in country one. They hold bonds issued by private sector in country two, and they might hold also public bonds. Okay, so they solve a portfolio choice. So this is another reason why the concavity is helpful, because now the portfolio choice is well defined. Because remember, those private bonds are risky. Okay, so they are not perfectly substitutable. So they would like to hold both of them. Okay, for portfolio diversification, given the concavity. Okay. Okay, but now, once they enter the period, if there is less repayments, you can see that they're well. So delta will be lower, so the M will be lower. And so now they don't have enough liquidity to buy those intermediate goods. So in some sense, it's like a demand shock, because they cannot buy those intermediate inputs. Producers of intermediate inputs, they will not produce as much. So this is essentially how they model
One question: the shocks are aggregates?
Yes.
Okay.
So the shocks will be aggregate. So the only shock that we consider, because we think about a crisis, okay, will be essentially the drop in the liquidation value of capital. Essentially. And those would be aggregate, but country specific. So a shock can happen in country one or in country two or both. Okay, it can. Now, however, because those entrepreneurs hold a diversified portfolio, okay, even if the shock happens in the other country, it will affect my portfolio. So it will generate a recession also in my country. Mm-hmm. No, it's not that. Yes, no. Okay, the private debt is not safe, so because there could be default, but the public debt issued by advanced economy is safe. So there is no possibility of default. That is why you might want, provided that they are properly priced, you would like to hold all of them in your portfolio. So if you are talking about using this B to fund your working capital, no.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vincenzo,
Yep.
Quick question. Isn't it enough with having a downstream, like reverse trade credit? The downstream just pay the orders in advance, so the supplier gets liquidity, but sometimes the downstream buyer gets shocked, and then isn't that enough for the mechanism?
Yeah. So you are thinking rather than holding my financial liquidity, okay? You are saying that I borrow from my supplier.
The lender still the final good, but you pay before for the order.
In some sense, is the same. Yes, sure, could be similar in the sense that you pay in advance and then the supplier doesn't deliver the goods.
Like the fee is equal to 1, but then
right.
Yeah.
Okay. It could be the same. Okay, there is the household sector, but the household sector essentially they provide labor. Okay, so when the wages are higher, they work more, and when the wages are lower, they work less. That's essentially what it does. So summing up. Entrepreneurs are those that are the lender with a positive financial position, the old financial assets, which are needed for production, and who creates those assets are the intermediate firms, are the borrowers. Okay, it's also the garment of advanced economy. Okay. Firms default when shocks reduces the liquidation value of the collateral. Okay. And default redistribute wealth. That is essentially the mechanism. In some sense, this is similar to the paper of currency mismatch that Ferrante presented yesterday. There was also through banks. Okay, the banks essentially they get this currency shock, so the net worth drops. And the data as consequence. So here, in some sense, it works in the similar way. Okay, there are no banks, but I call entrepreneurs, but it's a similar idea. Now, the fact is that when those borrowers they hold a lot of debt, okay, and they default means that the drop in financial wealth of entrepreneurs will be bigger. Okay? And the bigger drop in financial wealth will generate bigger macroeconomic consequences because, of course, if I lose more, now I have a proportionally bigger quantity of financial assets that I can use for to buy intermediate goods. So this is how it works.
Sorry, Vincenzo, just a quick question. The liquidation value, so it's completely exogenous.
No, it's not exogenous. So we have the macro foundation through self-fulfilling expectations, but requires 10 minutes just to explain that. So I would like to.
It's not moving with interest rate. There's no price of capital which moves with interest rates.
No, there is when the firms buy capital, it will be the price is always one. Okay. The question is, if you confiscate my capital and you try to resell, okay, are there firms that have liquidity to buy it or not? if there are no firms who value the capital 1, of course, but if they don't have the liquidity because they are in default, then you had to receive a lower value. That's essentially the idea. Okay, so let me, the quantitative analysis. So here how it works. Okay, so there are some parameters that are not many, that are calibrated essentially. Okay? Now, the thing is that there are some exogenous variable here that they change exogenously over time. Okay, so we need to use the data to construct those variables. What are those? Is productivity. Why productivity matters? Because when one country grows faster, has a general equilibrium effect that needs to be taken into account. Then there is this variable which is related to financial structure, actually both phi and kappa. They also change over time. Okay, this is in some sense a process of financial development. And then, of course, the reserves. I showed the first graph that changes, and the public debt. So in other words, we have to, for foreign reserves and debt, we can simply look at the data, obviously. But for those others, okay, we have to back up those variables through the model we need. Okay? And how do we do that? So essentially the way we do for Z will be a solo residual analysis, the typical stuff. Okay, production function, we have a measure of inputs for those two sets of countries. Okay, we have output, so as a residual, we construct a series for Z, TFP. Okay, for those is a little bit more complicated. Okay, so we need to look at financial variables for those two countries, and the financial variables that we look at are, let me go directly there, are basically those four variables. So this is private domestic credit in advanced economy, private domestic credit in emerging economy. We have the net foreign asset position of the advanced economy. Of course, for emerging economy will be just the same number, but with a negative value. And then we have the US interest rate. Okay, so with we have 4 series. We have from the data we have 4 exogenous variables that we need to back up, and this is how we constructed those series. Okay, okay. So let me last thing, and then I show the result graphs. Okay, so how do we measure volatility? First of all, what are the aggregate shocks? It's basically this liquidation value of capital. Okay, sometimes it's 1, sometimes it drops. Okay, and that can happen in country 1, can happen in country 2, or both can happen. Now, of course, those are low probability events because we think about those as crises. Okay. In fact, the way we calibrate is 4% annually. Okay. So on average, every 25 years, it happens. Okay. So these are the only shocks. So the way we do now, we simulate the model with random draw of those realization. Okay. And but of course, every time we feed into the model those random draw, we get different outcome from the model, right? So we repeat that 10,000 times. Okay? So we draw a sequence of shocks, feed it into the model, we get the outcome. Then we go back, we draw another series, feed it into the model, we get a different series, and we do that 10,000 times. Okay? So now we get, for each year, we get 10,000 observations. Okay, so what we do then, we for each year, we calculate the 95 percentile, we calculate the 5 percentile, and divide by the mean of output for that particular year. Okay? This is a lot, sort of, if you want, Monte Carlo simulation. Okay, so that
just to make sure I understand. So you have a process for these three variables?
these actually are series, deterministic series, and they are perfectly predicted. They are. So they are always the same in this simulation. Okay. What is not the same are this shock of, do you remember that L liquidation value? Okay, that is what is drawn stochastically.
And it's an IID shock around?
Yes, yes.
Vincenzo, what do you assume for the public debt of the advanced economy?
So they are like in the data. Okay, so in other words, we just look at what is the foreign reserves. We look at what is the public debt, and then we assume that that is going to evolve in the model as in the data.
But the private sector also can hold public debt of the advanced economy.
Yes.
So don't you need that series as an independent series?
No, but that will be an endogenous choice. So in other words, there is a supply of public debt, and then there is the private sector that chooses how much to buy of that debt, and that, of course, will determine the interest rate. That will be market clearing determined. Okay, so so now we want to do the counterfactual. Okay. Let me explain the counterfactual. So there are many variables that change over this period, and those variables are changing on a deterministic way to replicate the data that we want. Okay. Now the counterfactual is, okay, what about the case in which the emerging economy did not increase the amount of reserve over this period? That would have been exercise. The other is, what about if advanced economy did not increase their public debt? So we'll see how the prediction of the model is going to change if those reserves were not going to increase and if the public debt was not going to increase.
So in these cases, the transfer, the T is adjusting, making the
Yes,
adjustment?
the transfer is always determined by the government budget constraint. So if the government changes the sequence of public debt, for instance, then also the transfers will change. Doesn't matter because we model the households as risk neutral, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is just the baseline model where everything changes to replicate the data, essentially. And this, what is this? This is our measure of volatility. Okay. So this is the difference between the 95th percentile of those simulations and the 5th percentile. Okay. So there has been an increase in measurable volatility both in advanced economy and the emerging economy. But remember, this is only related to the crisis that we, financial crisis, okay? Okay. And why there has been this increase, various factors contributed to that, okay? But what we want to understand is what was the contribution of accumulation reserves and public debt. So now I'm going to assume that I repeat those simulations, but exactly in the same way, but I assume that the foreign reserves did increase over this time. Okay? And this is what would have been the aggregate volatility if the foreign reserves of the emerging economy did not increase. And you can see that volatility will be lower in both emerging economy and in advanced economy. Why is that? Very briefly, it's because you see the interest rate drop, but if reserves stay the same, okay, the interest rate would have dropped less. So there would have been less leverage in both countries. That's essentially the intuition. Okay. Lastly, because I think it's 1 minute, right? Okay. For the debt, the debt, the public debt, the same counterfactual experiment, but now we shut down the increase in public debt. that would have driven higher volatility than we actually compute through the baseline model in both countries. So in some sense, what I'm trying to say here is that, yes, on the one hand, you have those emerging economies that are accumulating more reserves. It seems to lead to greater volatility. But on the other hand, there are the advanced economy that is providing those reserves. Okay? Okay, so let me conclude. One thing that I would like to say is that we do not conduct a welfare analysis here. For instance, these foreign reserves are not chosen optimally by the government. Neither the debt is chosen by the government. But there could be interest in study those issues. In particular, because here, when those countries accumulate reserves, maybe they don't internalize that when all of them are accumulating reserves, may lead to a lower interest rate. Okay, which suggests some sort of externality. But it's also true that when they buy more public debt, then the advanced economy have also incentive to issue more debt. Okay? So this certainly is an issue worth exploring. Thank you very much.
Well, let's see. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to discuss this paper. I really enjoyed the paper, and also thank Vincenzo for sending me the last version of the paper a couple of weeks ago. So this is a very provocative paper because it challenges conventional wisdoms about the role of foreign exchange reserves in reducing risk for a particular economy. So what they do is they propose a model of emerging and advanced economies in which the private sector issues defaultable debt, which has a productive use for its users. And the main results show that this surge in emerging market reserves contributed to the fall of the world interest rate, and by that induces more leverage. And the higher leverage increases financial and macro volatility at the global level. All results is that the public debt reduces volatility, and that's because it crowds out the private sector leverage. And lastly, although Vincenzo didn't show it, reserve finance bailouts will reduce volatility. So what I want to do is to focus on the transmission mechanisms of the model, and then I will talk about the bailout mechanism that they propose in the paper, and finally talk broadly about macro and financial volatility and some aspects that are not in the paper, which I think will be nice to check. So in terms of the surge of FX reserves and the fall of interest rates, how that can lead to higher leverage. First of all, think about this supply and demand of assets for both advanced economies and emerging markets. And all of a sudden, what you have is an increase in FX reserves that is going to shift the demand of assets to the left, and that will lead to lower interest rates. What is nice about the paper is that it allows to connect the lower interest rates with higher leverage because the borrowers are constrained. So whenever there is a lower cost of debt, what is going to happen is that these intermediate producers who face this convex cost for issuing defaultable debt are going to increase the leverage of their firm. Okay, and actually this is a formula that is in the paper that Vincenzo didn't show, but I think it's interesting because it highlights how what are the mechanisms of the model. This parameter eta dominates how costly it is to issue debt. So if eta is equal to 0, the interest rate is going to be constant and is going to be equal to beta. What is happening there is that if they're not facing a complex cost of issuing debt, the firms will allow to provide liquidity in times where there is a sunspot shock, as in the mechanism that they show in the paper. What I mean is, the own firms won't allow the liquidation value of their capital to drop because they have access to liquidity. But if eta goes to infinity, what is going to happen is that the firms will never leverage above the value of the capital. Okay? So the interesting case for the paper is when eta is between 0 and infinity, and that's where the probability of default is going to matter, because it's going to increase the sensitivity of the interest rate and the leverage. So it's going to make the leverage is going to be more sensitive to the drop in the interest rates. So that's one part of the mechanism that I like, and I think is novel. The other part is how these defaults are going to create losses for the producers, and by that to affect the overall economy. So here I'm showing you what Vincenzo showed also in the presentation, which is the post-default financial wealth. And these are the recovery rates. When there is a default, this falls. M is going to, by the working capital constraint, is going to affect how much you can buy of the intermediate good input. But what is interesting is that stuff means that intermediate goods and financial wealth are perfect complements. So you can write down the final goods technology and show that XT here, which is the intermediate goods that you are using for production, is just a complement of the financial wealth. And something that is nice about this is these assets here, they have a productive use. So what that means is that for the standpoint of the final good producers, they provide a convenience yield. And that convenience yield means that whenever they are constrained by this working capital, they will gain something extra for investing in those assets. And that's important because it affects a lot of the equilibrium, different parts of the equilibrium. In particular, this convenience yield is going to affect the prices of the assets. Here you have the standard discount factor, and this convenience yield will appear here for all the assets of the economy. But unfortunately, in the paper, they don't analyze the case where this convenience yield matter at the end, because they assume that the final good producer has log utility, and when you have log utility, the effects cancel each other out. In particular, this convenience yield is going to induce a higher demand for assets because it's a higher return for the asset. However, it will also induce a higher growth for future consumption, so it affects the discount factor. So the two effects are going to cancel each other out. So although it's a nice feature of the paper, it's not analyzed and it's not affecting the results. Okay, so what else? How the low world interest rates are going to lead to riskier portfolios. So you can apply a standard asset pricing formula to the previous equations, and you will find that the interest rate here is the world interest rate. That's the risk-free interest rate. When this drops, expected returns for the assets are going to be lower. And this downward pressure on the interest rate, what it does is induces search for yield. And this search for yield, what it generates is riskier portfolios. So when you combine riskier portfolios with high leverage on the borrowers, on the size of the borrowers, what ends up is with a higher probability of being financially constrained as a whole. Okay? And what it means is that there is higher macro and financial volatility because those events are going to happen more often. The other part of the paper that I really like is this idea of a bailout mechanism, which is reserves can be used to bail out the losses of the final good producers. So what the paper does is, let's think about the use of reserves that partially compensate domestic investors for their export losses. And they propose this formula here, which means the bailout is going to be a fraction of the loss. And the fraction of the loss depends on the ratio of the FX, the stock of FX, and the losses that the private sector is suffering. So what they found is that bailouts reduce volatility in EMs, in particular because FX reserves are really high or really large relative to the losses, which means that the bailouts are really large, which reduces the impact of the defaults. Okay. They also find that in advanced economies, this type of bailouts don't work, and it's because the reserves are really small relative to the potential losses. But I should also add that advanced economy governments have other tools, like these bailouts can be debt finance, for instance, and obviously they can always expand the balance sheet of the central bank. That's not new. Okay. But I will focus now on things that are important about this bailout mechanism. In the model, there are incomplete market and financial frictions. So it seems that the bailout mechanism is welfare improving in some sense. The bailouts are state contingent, which means that they are tied to defaults, which are tied to the realization of the sample and the leverage, which means that I think that's good. Also, by design, the bailouts are going to partially compensate losses in both regions. However, some bailouts may occur when financial wealth is just abundant. And in that case, I wonder if this bailout is just inducing more leverage at the end of the day. So it's a potentially suboptimal characteristic of the bailout. Also, the relative sizes of the bailouts are not coordinated across regions, and hence there is no, by construction, they are not focusing on enhancing risk sharing. There's a couple of 1 minute more, please. The paper talks about macro volatility for the level of credit spreads and the volatility of credit spreads, and I think that should be also in the analysis. What is strange about the paper is that it shows that volatility of GDP is increasing across histories. That's not in the data. Observed volatility has been falling. So think about what is going on there. Obviously, there are different reasons. I think the model captures some of that because there are exogenous variables that are going to capture better macroprudential policies and stabilization policies as well. But one aspect that I would like to highlight is that risk may be disguised in other moments of the data, like excuseness. And actually, there are papers showing that negative excuseness is correlated with leverage. I think the paper should also look at that moment as well. That's it. Thank you very much.
Vincenzo, do you want to reply first, and then we do a short question?
No, thank you very much for the discussion. So mostly was describing the model. So I see as a criticism the fact that when you look at the data, the volatility in the data hasn't gone in the way we predict. I would like to make 2 points. First of all, thank you for pointing out the skewness, because in some sense, what we are trying to capture here is really those exceptional events related to crisis, which happens very seldom, and because they happens very seldom, it's not so easy from the data to construct really a measure of change in volatility. So, if I understood correctly, you show pre-moderation, post-moderation, right? in some sense, we already are in the moderation. At least that is the period that we consider, because we focus on the 90s. We start in the 90s. So in that sense, I'm not sure whether if we focus really on the 90s, starting in the 90s, I'm not sure that you can really see a decline in a volatility, even though you do the standard business cycle volatility. But there are some other suggestions that I think are useful, and I'm definitely looking at.
Okay, so any questions? Okay.
I was thinking about how you model collateral constraints here. And I was thinking, so if I understood correctly, the role of public debt is when public debt goes up, interest rates go up, and then these firms borrow less, right? But then, so I have two comments about that. One was that there is another role of public debt during the financial crisis, that they increase the supply of safe assets, and they allow for more financial intermediation. And in a sense, they relax borrowing constraints. And I guess that will go in the opposite direction in a sense. And maybe that's something that you can capture in the model by allowing for some collateral, different collateral value of public assets. And the related comment is that what we observed in the financial crisis, so interest rates continue to go down, but at some point financial conditions tighten, so firms could borrow less. I guess that would be also different to your implication.
Yes. There are two ways to think about financial constraints here. One is the borrower, okay, but the other is the working capital constraint from those producers. So when the government actually issue more debt, provide more liquidity, actually those working capital constraints becomes less tight. So that is actually the value of working capital, is that provide more liquidity. Now this liquidity gets accumulated, and now those producers, they face less tight borrowing constraints. So in that sense, it's consistent with your idea that after the financial crisis there was this provision of liquidity. What is not consistent is that in our framework the interest rate goes up. Okay, while after the financial crisis we know that the interest rate went down. But in terms of tightness, the more public debt actually, safe public debt actually makes a constraint in the model less tight.
No, a quick comment, so I guess the probability of a crisis in the paper is given by this shock epsilon that is moving, I guess, kappa. Like in sovereign default, I think like there are a few papers that they show that the countries may want to accumulate reserves to prevent something like self-fulfilling crisis or lower crisis. So in some sense, this would complement that, but like the probability could change with the accumulation of reserves.
Yes. Yes, no, very good point. I didn't have time really. It was the comments I wanted to do at the end on the conclusion. I didn't have time, but yes, you are definitely right. That. Absolutely. One point I would like to say. There are two ways to think about the macroeconomic implications of a crisis. Okay, one is through the probability. So in other words, the probability is going down. Or could be maybe the probability doesn't change, but the adjustment that needs to be done will be different. Okay, so we don't have the probability in our case will be constant, but it operates through the second mechanism.
Manuel, the last question, and then we can continue the discussion over break.
Vincenzo, that was a nice paper. I find it still hard to see how you will, how you are dealing with the opposite story.
Okay.
Which is that countries accumulate a reserve because they were expecting to face bigger and larger shocks, and in that case, reserve is the reaction to an increase in volatility. Tim and I had a student actually was working, Juliana Gamboa, she was working on something like this, when looking across the cross-section of emerging markets, those that were potentially facing higher volatility, accumulated reserve, but interpretation is on the other direction. And I don't see how, how can you, maybe you can fit in an accumulation of reserve process that is self-dependent in the model of the expected volatility of the shocks. And that will give a little bit the model the possibility of having the other edge channel operating.
Yes. No, I agree. Here, in some sense, we do a more limited exercise. We see what happens to public debt and foreign reserves from a general equilibrium approach. Let's see what are the implications. But definitely, you are right that I would be interested to understand about why they accumulate those reserves. I totally agree.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back at 11:30.
So thanks very much to the organizers for the opportunity to present. This is joint work with two colleagues in Korea. So the paper is about how capital market policy, including both reserve accumulation and capital controls, potentially can contribute to productivity growth by shaping the composition of trade in terms of sector and also affecting industrial structure. Now, the particular application I want to focus on here today is how this can help explain some phenomena noted in recent literature, premature industrialization and industrial polarization. The latter has been emphasized in a recent paper by Sposi and Zhang. They note that increasingly countries are passing through the industrialization phase on their way from agriculture to services. And also they document that there's an increase in the cross-country dispersion of the manufacturing share of output. And they emphasize that this increasing dispersion is accounted for largely by two distinct groups of emerging markets. On one hand, you have East Asian economies which have sustained relatively high manufacturing shares despite the deindustrialization we see on average. And on the other hand, you have emerging markets in Latin America with a rather different experience. Now, their explanation in their paper focuses on sector-biased productivity growth and trade integration. And when I saw their paper presented at a recent Summer Institute, I commented that there were also things going on with capital account policy, exchange rate policy, during this time that are quite different between these two groups of countries, and that policy might be part of an explanation. They were completely unsympathetic to that explanation. I think there's something there, and we'll see if I convince you. So you could say that we suggest that differences in capital account policy and exchange rate policy contributed to the sector-biased productivity growth that they document, but it's endogenous to the policy choice, and that's contributed to productivity growth and polarization. Now, the seeds for an explanation connecting capital account policy to polarization and productivity growth exist in a large literature documenting how currency undervaluation, with particular application to China, potentially may have contributed to a large manufacturing sector in some countries, again in particular China, through learning by doing and trade surpluses. And there's ongoing interest in this topic, witnessed by two recent JIE's articles on this topic, and Pablo's paper presented at the NBER IFM program meeting last March. Excellent paper. I am learning a lot from it. Some of it will be reflected in my presentation today. So the idea is that a sustained currency undervaluation associated with policies of reserve accumulation combined with capital controls have coincided with periods of rapid growth among East Asian economies. And I will motivate this with a figure that is similar to one you saw in the last presentation for motivation, with the exception that I've added another line specific to East Asian countries documenting that the reserve accumulation during this time was particularly strong among East Asian economies. A lesson coming from this way of thinking about reserve accumulation is that it's yet one more reason to qualify the advice that we often give to emerging markets based upon the simple versions of our intertemporal models, emphasizing the benefits of free capital mobility as a source of financing for investment and development, also allowing consumption to be smoothed along the way. What this approach suggests is that there's a tension between the financing of investment and development versus the implications that capital flows have for the motivation or incentive of firms to create, invest, innovate. And we want to emphasize that latter part of implication of capital flows, but I will acknowledge, and we'll see in some of the later simulations, if I have time to show you, that there is a tension there between these two implications of capital inflows. So what exactly does this paper do? Well, there's an empirical contribution and a theoretical contribution that we view as novel to the literature, in particular in relationship to this, the literature documenting growth through trade surpluses and learning by doing. So first, it's common in that literature to show an association between currency undervaluation and productivity growth sector allocations. We find that we are able to get more robust empirical relationships if instead of looking at the exchange rate as an explanatory variable, we focus on the capital account policy and the reserves accumulation per se. If one wants to use the exchange rate undervaluation as the explanatory variable, you have to deal with some complicated issues such as what is the equilibrium exchange rate against which you're going to measure the undervaluation? Complicated. What is the elasticity of trade surpluses with response to the exchange rate? Do you use the large trade elasticities or the small macro elasticities? Another complicated issue. Well, we sidestep that issue because you really don't need to worry about those things, because what matters for this mechanism is that you have a trade surplus to trigger demand for your manufacturing goods in the export sector. And a macroeconomist can tell you that by looking at the balance of payments constraint, an identity, which must hold, that in the context of complete capital controls, there's a direct connection between reserve accumulation on one hand and a trade surplus on the other. Whether or not, how much the exchange rate will depreciate and how sensitive the trade balance is to the exchange rate will balance each other out so that the identity is satisfied. The main point is it'll lead to a trade surplus, which could trigger these other mechanisms. The other empirical contribution is that we also consider effects on other variables associated with firm dynamics, such as the number of incorporated firms, the extensive margin of trade of new products, and the domestic sourcing of intermediates, which has not been considered earlier in this literature. And that's motivation for our theoretical contribution, in that we're proposing an alternative externality, an alternative mechanism by which the trade surplus leads to productivity growth. We want to view this as an alternative micro-foundation, or an alternative to the learning by doing mechanism common in literature, or perhaps a more developed or detailed micro-foundation to it. In the end, we end up concluding that it's probably best viewed as a complementary mechanism because we find that they actually work in a reinforcing, amplifying way to each other. So in particular, we're going to borrow a mechanism or a theoretical model from the trade literature, referred to as firm delocation, a different type of externality, seen first in Krugman and developed in a JPE by Osa, in which the change in the number of firms engaging in exporting between countries can lead to welfare benefits for the country that has a greater number of exporting firms. Now we're going to add to this mechanism a roundabout production structure, which will translate the benefits the trade is documented for consumers in terms of the consumption index, and translate it to firms in terms of productivity gains. Another contribution is that we're going to be extending what is usually a simple small open economy model, studying learning by doing, to a two-country context, which will allow us to have a window on what's happening to the rest of the world or the other countries, while one country is benefiting, how are the other countries not benefiting? Okay. This work intersects with a number of related literatures. A few of them I've already mentioned, but let me briefly highlight a few that I haven't talked about. The literature on firm dynamics tends to ignore implications of exchange rates. Going back to an influential paper by Rule, arguing that exchange rate fluctuations and exchange rate policies are generally too short-lived in order to affect long-run decisions like firm entries subject to a sunk cost. Well, we would point out that the currency undervaluations that we're talking about here, sustained by long periods of reserve accumulation and capital account policy, are long-lasting enough that one might expect they would have implications for issues of structural change like firm creation and sectoral allocation. There's also a literature on debt overhang documenting the relationship between reserve accumulation and growth. I would just note that we're proposing a particular mechanism by which that connection might be supported. So the plan of what I'd like to present today is I want to show you the detailed empirical results we're using to motivate our theoretical model. I'll describe the key elements of that theoretical model. I'll do a quantitative simulation, and depending on time available, I'll discuss some extensions and limitations. And I can leave it to my discussant and comments to mention other limitations. So the data set we're using for the empirical work considers 45 countries, about half emerging and half advanced. Over the period 1985 through 2007, ending before the crisis, results are similar if you extend the data set, slightly weaker. Our regressions will involve 5-year averages in order to capture longer run effects. And our key regressors are 2 dimensions of capital account policy. First, a measure of capital controls, which is based upon the Chin-Ito measure, but we invert it. So a higher value indicates increasing degrees of closedness. Then we'll also measure changes in reserves as a share of GDP. And then the variable that we're most interested in is the interaction of those 2 things. So reserve accumulation under a degree of capital closeness. We also had to work a bit to collect data on the firm dynamics variables, which are not usually considered in this context. We had to search a bit to find some measures, and if others have ideas of where else we could collect the data on, say, shares of intermediates, we'd be happy to hear. So here's our first regression of changes in labor productivity on our capital controls, changes in reserves, and the interaction term, along with a number of other controls. We'll have both country and time fixed effects, and because of the lag dependent variable in there, we'll try to control for endogeneity with some instruments. And I'll show you results, both just the panel regressions and then a system GMM, which tries to control for some of that endogeneity. So the key result here is that we have statistical significance on our interaction policy variable when it comes to the manufacturing sector. So productivity growth increases in response to reserve accumulation in the presence of capital controls. But that's specific to the manufacturing sector. We do not see evidence of that effect in productivity, labor productivity in the non-manufacturing sector.
So
sorry, can I ask a quick question here?
Sure. No. How do you know that it's not reverse causality? The productivity growth leads to growth, the money demand goes up, and the monetary approach to the balance of payments tells you that reserves will go up.
It's a good question. We attempt to instrument the potentially endogenous reserve accumulation in a couple of ways. One with lagged instruments, using lags, other with an instrument. So first of all, it's not easy to instrument. The only instrument we've seen was used in the JE 2022 by Taylor and my co-author, looking at reserve accumulation resulting in countries that are commodity exporters where there's a change in commodity price and they have regulations on retaining foreign currency. So those are clearly exogenous changes in reserve accumulation. Not the best instrument for our case because our focus is not on commodity exporters, but actually reserve accumulation linked to manufacturing. So its significance is reduced, but we still get some effect there.
No, but
when you use lagged instruments, it still works pretty well.
It's a mechanical thing. If you have growth and the money demand goes up, you don't print money, then the monetary approach to the balance of payments says that the change in reserves is equal to the change in the quantity in money, and that's it. It's accounting.
I'd have to think more. I mean, I view reviewing this as a policy choice. We do see differences across countries and try to control for endogeneity. But I'll have to think more how better we could do that. You have a question over here?
Just to understand. No.
So this is saying I put capital controls and reserves, get possible effects in TSP growth, right? So are there cases, what I don't understand is this seems to be saying I should do this all the time then, right? I mean, because I do it and it's great, but are there instances in the data set where actually this didn't happen? Or kind of just to wondering whether it should not always work. Otherwise, everybody should be doing this all the time.
Let me get back here.
Sorry,
when
so
you're
I have a
talking about.
similar, maybe I can have
There
my
you go.
question because it's kind of related. What is the variation that is
Right.
that is actually getting you this coefficient?
It's variation over time within a country. So you have both country and your fixed effects. So some particular countries, during the periods they're doing more reserve accumulation, they have productivity growth in the manufacturing sector over this 5-year period. Yeah. Interpreting the quantities here, it suggests that at least for the experiment, in terms of the experiment, we're going to be running with 5% reserve accumulation annually, which is the average in China during this period of time. That reserve accumulation is generating about 1 percentage point extra productivity growth per year.
One quick question. Why do you invert the capital control measure? And are you concerned that those countries that are close to zero in the original measure are being overweighted in the regression?
We just did it for ease of interpretation because we want to have we want the interaction term to be positive and associate the sign of the effect that way. We could try inverting it to see if it has an effect. The other contribution empirically was to regress firm dynamics variables on the reserve accumulation. See if I can get the right button this time.
Paul, sorry, one question. Did you say how you measure the capital controls?
It's the inverse of the Chin-Ito index. Okay. So increasing.
But that's very flat, right? I mean, super flat.
Yeah, I don't know what the standard deviation is. There's enough variation for us to identify off of it, both in time and across countries. That is enough. We're open to the ideas of using alternative measures too. Now, regarding the firm dynamics variables, we find that this interaction term is associated with increasing shares of labor in the manufacturing sector, consistent with our theories. A rise in the extensive margin of exports very strongly, so export of new products or new firms doing it. Not the intensive margin, so it's not just the same firms exporting the same products. There's some extensive margin activity here. We see an increase in the number of listed firms and also an increase in the domestic share of intermediates being used in production. Those dimensions are going to play a role in our theoretical model of where the productivity growth might be coming from. So let me move on to the theory. In the interest of time, let me summarize the contours of the model, and I'll show you highlights, I'll highlight certain equations that are important for the result. This will be a two-country model rather than small open. There will be two sectors, a traded sector and a non-traded sector. The traded sector is where the interesting things are happening. We associate that with manufacturing. These goods are differentiated, so they're monopolistically competitive. This is the sector where firm entry occurs, subject to a one-time sunk cost, motivated by the fact that these firms generate profits. So the profits are being used to justify the payment of the sunk cost up front. They will face iceberg trade costs, but no fixed cost of exporting. And we will consider the possibility of learning by doing mechanisms, but we argue that that's not necessary in order to generate the productivity gain. you can do it in a more endogenous way. We also specify that this manufacturing sector uses a composite of other final goods in production. So this is a rudimentary type of production chain in which firms use the products of all other manufacturing goods, both domestically and abroad. So it uses the same index over tradable goods that consumers utilize. And the home government can use reserve accumulation and capital controls. In our simple model, we assume there's no private international asset trade. We are considering relaxing that with taxes on asset trade, but for the moment, it's completely closed. They can use that combination of policies to choose a real exchange rate, and this is in the absence of price stickiness. So this is not a Keynesian model in the sense we don't need any price stickiness because under the capital controls, the government has control over the nominal exchange rate and it has control of the price level. It hence has control over the real exchange rate. And our goal is to track how undervaluation through reserve accumulation affects firm entry, manufacturing shares, and labor productivity. Let me skip over some of the standard elements. In particular, the consumption index is standard, household problem, intertemporal optimization of utility, of consumption. This is a nominal model with money. We did that just so that we can compare it to new Keynesian models and endogenous labor supply with the usual first order conditions. And let me linger more about over the description of the manufacturing sector. So I mentioned that production uses not only labor inputs, but also a composite of other manufacturing goods in a Cobb-Douglas aggregator. We abstract from firm heterogeneity in this model. What matters here is the number of firms, not their location on a productivity distribution. We could add that, but I don't think it's going to change the results very much. The question is how many firms are producing and what country they're located in. And shifts in that extensive margin will have productivity implications. These firms prepay a one-time sunk cost in units of, I say here combined labor and differentiated goods, but in the version I'll be showing to you, the sunk cost is in units of the manufacturing goods, and that has implications for encouraging entry. That's going to help amplify things. We have no fixed cost of trade, so all of our manufacturing firms will be engaged in trade, so there's not a margin in that dimension. It's just a firm. The only margin active here is the creation of new firms, all of which export. The decision that these firms make are based upon their desire to maximize firm value, the discounted sum of the stream of profits using household discount factors as the owners of the equities in the firm. Profits depend upon sales net of production costs, where the demand comes from consumption, creation of new firms, and payment of entry costs. Firms have a choice between using labor and intermediates as inputs. They set prices, but not subject to any stickiness. So it doesn't matter what currency their prices are being set in. But an important condition is the decision of whether or not to enter the market. Firms will enter progressively until the value of firm falls to the point of the entry cost. Now, in the absence of firm heterogeneity, we can't make a statement about which firms are entering the market from a given country. But given that there's no heterogeneity, it doesn't matter which firms from a given country are entering. It just matters how many firms from a given country are entering. The non-traded sector is simple in the sense that it is assumed to be perfectly competitive. So there's no product differentiation here. Now, another element of the model I want to linger a bit on is the specification of government policies. We use a simplified version of Chinese monetary policy from Chonglu and Spiegel, in which the government purchases foreign bonds as reserves and then sterilizes its effect on domestic money supply through taxes. So to simplify things, we just specify that the government holds constant the domestic supply of bonds. The domestic agents are limited to holding domestic bonds. The government sterilizes effects on monetary policy. So when the government is changing holdings of foreign assets as reserves, implicitly it's all being paid for by lump sum taxes in this specification of the model. So very simple. We will specify a policy rule governing countries' government's choice of reserve accumulation.
Can I ask you, can you go
please.
back one slide? So this is the discussion we're having before. Like, if you're accumulating reserves, you have to increase the money supply, but what you're saying is that they are changing, they are instead of using the seigniorage to buy the reserves when the money demand goes up, that they keep the M constant and they use taxes to accumulate reserves? Is that?
That's the theoretical specification. I think it would be equivalent to assume that you could also finance, so there are different ways of financing the reserve accumulation. As you note, you could also issue bonds, which the domestic agents are forced to purchase, so it's forced saving. In terms of this model, those are all equivalent ways of accumulating reserves as just making them pay a lump sum tax up front.
But in terms of the regression,
there are no nominal rigidities or anything like that.
In terms of the regression you showed us before, it makes a hell of a difference, because if you make the growth in M homogeneous of degree 1 in output in real terms, that is probably the implication of the way you set up the model, then M will be growing over time, and you can use that seigniorage to give the transfers lump sum to the public or to buy the reserves. And that's like that. So in some way, if you want to test if there is reverse causality, you want to take that equation to the data, and it's not innocuous a choice that you're saying is equivalent in terms of interpreting the regression you had before.
Fair enough. So in future, we can check that. Yeah.
But just
in the context of the model, it doesn't make much difference, but I realize that's a simplification of reality.
A little bit, Ricardo equivalence here is failing because the households cannot undo the net foreign asset position that the government is taking abroad. So the government, you have lump sum tax, and it seems like, that should not matter, but it's just the government is saving a lot outside, and the household have no way to undo these savings.
That's right. Under the capital control, so if we did not have capital controls, then the optimal choice for households would be to take the opposite position of the government. They would just borrow abroad in order to intertemporally smooth their consumption, and then you'd have recurring equivalence. We block that with capital controls. But if you want to manipulate the real exchange rate, you need that combination of policies. That's right.
You can also have some financial markets imperfection instead of the policy. That's
fair enough. In this environment, the government has the ability to choose. Well, you can either specify a rule in which they're choosing the real exchange rate, or equivalently, they're choosing a path for reserve accumulation, and then the exchange rate becomes endogenous. We've gone back and forth between those two different ways of specifying the government policy rule. In this case, we'll just be specifying a path of reserve accumulation. In either case, this will determine the real exchange rate, and the monetary policies will be setting price levels that will be sterilizing the reserve accumulation. The other equation I wanted to mention was the balance of payments condition. In this context, with complete capital controls, the balance of payments condition boils down to accumulation of reserves equals the trade surplus. So if one of these is being treated as exogenous, so whatever endogenous mechanism is required, it'll affect the trade surplus. No need to worry about what exactly the path is of the equilibrium real exchange rate. It'll happen. In the interest of time, let me summarize in words the theoretical mechanism, and I'll show you some impulse responses from the theoretical model and numerical experiments to illustrate it. So the reserve accumulation with capital controls, yes, implies a trade surplus, which raises demand for home traded goods. That's going to induce a rise in the entry of home firms in response to the increased demand that they face. So they have an incentive due to increased expected future profits to enter the market. In the rest of the world, with the increased domestic entry, you will see a fall in firm entry and firm exit in the rest of the world. So you'll see rising industrialization in the country with the policy, and you'll see a decrease in industrialization in the other. This will work through a production delocation externality as described in OSA. There are benefits from concentrating global manufacturing in the home country. In the particular mechanism that they describe, if a greater share of the manufacturing goods are produced domestically, that leads to trade cost savings. In the trade literature, that raises welfare through by reducing the price index for consumption. In our context with roundabout production, cheaper price of inputs leads to a rise in productivity. And I can work through a couple of channels. You'll use more intermediate inputs, which raises the marginal product of labor. Also, changes in relative prices will raise the valuation of home output used to measure labor productivity. We have some analytical results in the paper demonstrating, but that's the main point. Okay. Let me describe.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm back here. In the regressions, you made a big distinction between regular reserve accumulation and that interacted with capital controls.
Mm-hmm.
But in the model, it seems like any kind of reserve, say the households become patient and they just want to save abroad, that would generate the same mechanism. It would also generate a change in the real exchange rate. And so there's nothing particularly special about capital controls in the model, or is there?
If it's the trade surplus that'll do the job, and here the trade surplus is being generated by the policy. That's our point. So there are other ways it could happen. Here we're saying that a policy of reserve accumulation can make it is one way to make it happen. That's the point we're making. Okay, we'll start from a symmetric steady state in this two-country world with no reserves, balanced trade, and a real exchange rate of 1. The home country then adopts a policy of purchasing reserves. In this version, 5% of GDP per year for a period of time, which was the average in China during this period. So this change in policy is a surprise in period 1, but then thereafter it's perfectly understood through perfect foresight. And we assume that private international asset trade is completely precluded here. So we're going to solve for the equilibrium as a nonlinear forward looking deterministic system. Parameterization is entirely standard. And here I want to show you basically 3 sets of impulse responses depending on the time that I have. What's happening with these endogenous variables? First thing, reserve accumulation translates into real exchange rate depreciation of about 3%, but it attenuates over time. Partly that's due to Balassa-Samuelson effects. As you'll see in a minute, this policy is raising productivity, specifically in the traded sector. Balassa-Samuelson says that it leads to endogenous real appreciation. So unless you ramp up the reserve accumulation to counter that, you'll see some attenuation in the real exchange rate, depreciation. And in fact, in some of the simulations I'll show later, this might be so extreme that you end up with real exchange rate appreciation over time later on in the sample, but you're still running, you're still generating because of the productivity gains, but the policy still works. It just goes to show that the relationship between this reserve, the relationship between reserves and the trade balance is more direct than what you might be able to tell just by looking at the exchange rate as the intermediary variable. We see a rise in home GDP that's partly coming about from a rise in home labor supply. They're paying taxes, so they're increasing labor supply. But I want to highlight that there's a larger proportionate rise in home labor in manufacturing. So you see a reallocation of labor out of the non-manufacturing sector into manufacturing. And then I want to highlight the implication this has for firm dynamics. Initially, so you see a rise in firm entry in response to the profit opportunities. But one thing that surprises is it takes several years for that to ramp up. And I think that reflects the fact that real interest rates are rising here because households are being forced to save. They're going to have higher consumption in the future. There's an increasing opportunity cost of financing investment, including in firm creation here. So it takes a while to happen. So this policy is creating an incentive for firm creation, but it's also raising the cost of firm creation, and there's a tension there. It just means that it takes a while for the firm dynamics to kick in. In the very long run, you see a reversal of all of this because in the long run, when the policy stops, the country has a positive net foreign asset position and interest earnings. In the long run, everything reverses itself. And the last thing I want to the next thing I wanted to show is the effect this has on foreign variables and on domestic value added. So you are increasing manufacturing value added at home during the period of the policy, but it reverses later on when the trade balance reverses. And you see the mirror image in the foreign country. Here's the polarization and deindustrialization at work. Manufacturing productivity does rise. It falls initially because the output is going up with labor input. It goes up later on due to firm dynamics. So you'll see the dynamics of manufacturing labor productivity track very much what you saw with the firm entry. Without firm entry, you see absolutely no productivity gains in this model. It's all coming from the firm dynamics.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. I'm not maybe following. So away from the dynamics. So let's say I want to compare how a state with this policy is not present, and I'm thinking about adding this policy, and I compare across the states. Should I expect that agri welfare will go up or not?
Welfare is a somewhat complicated issue, as we've learned from Pablo's work. There are short-run gains. You go back.
Yeah, but
short-run gains. Yes, home utility falls initially, but you benefit later on. And in the interest of time, can we save that for the discussion? I think I'm running short. The one extension I wanted to show you is interaction with the more standard approach of learning by doing. We tried a number of different versions of learning by doing from the literature. One critique we would have is they're rather reduced form in nature, which has the benefit that you can do more what you want with them. Our hands are more tied because we're trying a more structural, micro-founded approach. We tried a number of versions. The one that I wanted to show to you is emulating that in Pablo's paper that was presented at the program meeting, in which there's an upper bound, and once you convert to the upper bound of productivity, the elasticity of learning by doing disappears, and so then once you acquire this new higher level of productivity, and it becomes permanent with permanent productivity gains. So I want to show you, first we computed what the optimal policy is, the optimal path of reserves, period by period. In our model with just learning by doing, it looks a lot like what Pablo had, gradual reserve accumulation over a relatively short period of time, but the 10-year period. I then included firm dynamics, and we found some puzzling results. The main point is that with firm dynamics, the productivity implications are amplified. That's both good and bad because now it takes quite a long time for the firm entry to occur. So during that period, you're slowing down productivity growth, but in the very long run, you see a very big amplification in the productivity gains when you have firm dynamics. So learning creates more firms enhances the learning, they both work together, but it takes quite a while to get there. When you have when we compute the optimal policy, specifically for the model with learning by doing and firm dynamics, we find that the optimal reserve policy is larger, and you see also significant amplification in the number of firms being accumulated, and it happens somewhat sooner. When it comes to welfare, we can talk about that more in the discussion. As Pablo points out, in order to have welfare gains, you would like to have a policy that leads to productivity growth that is not reversed in the long run. Learning by doing has a ready way of doing that by introducing an exogenous path of productivity. It's not so clear you can do that in the context of endogenous growth through learning by doing, through firm creation. Very good. I won't reiterate the conclusions. I'll just mention one extension. This mechanism may not work, or this tool may not work well for a country that is a commodity exporter by endowment. We find that in our untraded sector that's not differentiated and make it a traded sector. Having that second traded sector can invert the production delocation mechanism. And the reason is that if you're using this reserves policy to undervalue your exchange rate, the sector that has the higher price elasticity is going to respond more to that. And that's going to be a sector that has less differentiated goods, which if you make that a traded sector, if you're a commodity exporter, currency undervaluation may actually lead to deindustrialization itself because you're promoting the export of a non-differentiated exported good. So it can be flipped.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this paper. It's a very interesting paper. You know, the main question is how capital flows, and in particular capital controls, may be driving, you know, productivity growth and structural change. I go directly to the empirics. You know, in the empirics, something that I like is that they study exactly, you know, that question that I explained. That is a question in the introduction of the paper. The focus is on this result here. You know, you can have I can add, you know, the magnitude of this, of an economy that fully restricts capital account and increases reserve by 1 percentage point, reserve to GDP, in a period of 5 years, has a higher labor productivity of 1.37 percentage point during 5 years. So the effect is also quite large. They highlight the difference with the non-manufacturing sector. The second result, the one I highlighted here, is about that the same explanatory variable, capital controls, interacted with the growth in reserves, increases the share of labor that is in the manufacturing sector. So there you have, you know, the answer to the question. The answer is that yes, you can increase labor productivity. So this is important. At some point, someone mentioned TFP. This is labor productivity in the manufacturing sector, and you know, it increases the share in that sector. It's also nice that they analyze what is the mechanism behind this, because that's kind of how it's going to work in the model. You know, it's through the extensive margin, and it's through the number of firms that are exporting. So I'll have a few comments on the empirics. They are quite simple. So one is, and it was mentioned, Paul mentioned that toward the end. It's like, what is the non-manufacturing sector? You know, so I guess the way they construct is everything that is not manufacturing. But in there, you know, in the model, we want to call this sector the non-trade sector. You know, and in emerging market, a lot of export are coming from the agricultural sector. In some economies, it's coming from the IT services that are exporting. So that also would be in the non-manufacturing sector. So it would be simple just to try to, you know, split the non-manufacturing sectors in traded and not traded sectors. The other one, and this was brought up a little bit with the change in reserve, but I think it's also important for capital controls. You know, the capital controls are not exogenous. So at least it would be nice to see, like, one way to see this is like, you know, take the periods when capital control, the index is high and when it's low, and let's compare some variables. You know, what is the growth of GDP? What is, to see if we see that this is clearly. I don't think it will be random. I'll expect this to change. Continuing with capital controls. Okay, sorry. Can I go back one slide? This one? Okay, I can go. Okay. Okay. These are not the latest slides that I sent, so I'm going to go with this. But I'll mention one slide that I added that is not here. The previous one is that I just computed kind of the evolution over time of this index of capital control, and you see like the title was like the popularity of capital control, and you see a very clear decline. In the 70s and 80s, the average was something like 0.7, and now it's something like 0.3. So there is a variation. So the popularity of capital control, although this paper is arguing that it may be important, it has declined clearly over time. That didn't prevent Argentina from implementing that. So what I put here is, yesterday we talked a lot about Argentina. I thought that today somebody should mention Argentina. So I added Argentina here. So you see, Paulina was saying there is not enough variation. It's kind of flat. You can see that not in Argentina. It goes from almost 1 to almost 0 in a period of 30 years. I also added the labor share in manufacturing. So the labor share in manufacturing is, it moved like as in the regression. In the updated slides, I also sent the trade balance, and you also see at the beginning of the period after. This graph is also to show that this is not exogenous. The big tightening here is after the Argentinian default. So that was high here, and it's also associated with changes in government, and it takes us a little back to yesterday's paper. But you also, if you look at the trade balance that it was emphasized, it was equal to reserve accumulation in the month. You see that the trade balance here, it was very high, and is decreasing over time. This may also point to the idea, maybe Nick or someone was asking, are you doing this forever? How long you're doing? This, in terms at least of accumulating reserve, it worked for a few years, but you can see this declining over time, and we know that this wasn't, a great, in particular, a great period for Argentina, a period in which the index is high. Okay, going to the model. You've seen the model, 2 countries. Capital controls that mean that residents can, as Manuel was asking, cannot undo what the government is trying to do. I copied one equation that I think is important, and Andy was asking a little bit about this equation. They're assuming that here, this is the equation. This is how the accumulation of reserves is going to be financed, and have 3 sources, but they're going to shut down the growth, the seniorage, and borrowing. Okay, they have things that I underlined here. It means that I'm going to talk a bit more. So it's going to be financed with lump sum taxes. They have 2 very different sectors. The non-traded sector is very simple, homogeneous good with linear production using only labor. And they have a sector, the traded goods sector, that include a lot of details, differentiated good. Inputs are labor and differentiated varieties. This input G, that is a composite of different varieties of intermediaries. The problem is dynamic. There is entry and there is exogenous exit. And then later in the paper, they add learning by doing, explicitly an equation for learning by doing. You just saw the results. I just wanted to highlight that I included the one that have to do with the question at the beginning. You have the accumulation of reserves. As Paul explained, you have the evaluation. The way I interpreted the evaluation, I guess, is simple. You are accumulating reserves. It means you have to have a trade surplus. The only way the prices have to adjust so that happens. So that is what was happening there. The increase in labor in manufacturing and in total, you can see in manufacturing increases more. So that means the share. It would be nice just to have the graph for the share, but it means the share is going up. And labor productivity, if I look at this graph, I'm not sure labor productivity is doing what they want to do based on the regression. It's going down, then it's going up, then it's going down. It depends kind of on the period that you look at that.
So the comments on the model, you know, in my work that I have with Julian and other co-authors, you know, we show that the optimal monetary policy depends a lot on the ability of the government to finance monetary policy, the backing of monetary policy with lump sum taxes, you know. So my hunch is that if taxes were distortionary here and you have to finance that with taxes, the result would be different. You can see that, for instance, these policies announced, like households in the model work more. For instance, if you have to finance that with taxes on labor, you know, that probably is going to change. The sectors are very different, and in the empirics, they highlight the different result. In the model is kind of by construction. You know, one model, there is no chance that in that model it will happen. So I don't know, like, it would be nice to see kind of evidence in the data that there are this clear difference between sectors, you know, the fact that they use intermediaries, because like in the non-manufacturing sector by construction, there is not much action. Then other comment is on the importance of this price PT. The way they assume is that the assumption that they make is that intermediate input G and CT has the same variety, so it's the same price, this price PT. That implies that labor productivity, again, labor productivity in manufacturing depends on this price. You know, the way to think about that, if it is cheaper to buy intermediate input, just buy more intermediate input, is complementary to labor, so labor, you know, is more productive just because you are getting the other input. But that price is not that clear in the model, like how that price moves. The interpretation is that you are not paying the cost to bring the goods from outside, you know. But I think you are doing that because they become more expensive. So at the end, I'm not sure I understand that movement. I'm going to say quickly, entry, they assume entry is in terms of goods or this price PT is another place. So this price, as the intermediate get cheaper, that is what increases labor productivity, you also have more entry. It's common in this model many times that do it in terms of labor, you know, wages. So I wonder how that would change the result. Also, the structure of the differentiated products, you know, here is you can substitute the goods coming from abroad with the local goods. So what if these goods were kind of unique? So I think, and the last comment on learning by doing, again, they add learning by doing kind of later, and it's the same way that they were added in the presentation. Quantitatively, they change the results a lot, and you know, so I think they have to think more about how to introduce that and what they want to do with learning by doing. It looks like if you introduce learning by doing in the way they did it, that's the paper should be about that, at least the size of the quantitative results, and that would dominate. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Your observation. So yeah, thanks for the insightful and correct comments. Let's reply to a few of them. Yeah, this distinction between the short run and the long run, and this is a lesson that Pablo's paper teaches us, that usually the new long run steady state things can flip. What are the implications here? In this hypothetical long run, where hypothetically China's running a trade deficit, the deindustrialization that some other emerging markets are experiencing could flip. Now, are we going to reach that point in any time that we think was reasonable? I'm not so sure. Can this policy be run forever? Theoretically, that would bump into transversality conditions and government budget constraints. That raises theoretical questions of if a country is benefiting from pursuing this policy, how does one interpret transversality conditions if you're actually benefiting by giving things away? I think that's an unresolved theoretical question, which I didn't want to get into here. And the bigger point regarding, so the case of Argentina, endogeneity, yeah, we'll think more about that in our empirical work. I talk more about the productivity benefits for the reserve accumulating country. But I mean, you see this argument applied to other emerging markets fairly easily. If you have large capital inflows, it drives up real exchange rates, which Argentina experienced. That disadvantages their exporting sector, and that has implications for learning and industrial structure. Our attempt here is to provide an alternative micro foundation to learning by doing. Learning by doing has the advantage that you can build in this permanent effect. We either need to piggyback on that or develop an analog for the firm dynamics, which is something the trade literature never had to think about because they view things in terms of tariffs or transfers. Here we're trying to implement this through reserve accumulation, where you have to worry about transversality conditions. So it's a little bit different, just additional challenges there.
Federico?
Yeah, Paul, thanks for the paper. I'm going to make the same comment I made to Pablo in Colombia a few weeks ago, which is in your structure, the non-tradables is a very simple production function, correct? So you're focusing all these effects to come from the tradable sector. So if the effects are there, well, you need the overvaluation, the change in relative prices to stimulate these things. What happens if I would say, no, the innovation is in the non-tradable sector? I mean, I was president of a bank for 6 years. I spent my whole time trying to increase productivity, huge increases in productivity. And so I don't know why, I think, I was telling in Colombia that I think this is the structure that we had when we did Balasa Samuelson, and we had like industry was the source of productivity growth, and maybe non-tradables was haircuts, which of course I don't use, but anyway, so I wouldn't know much about that technology, but I mean, the changes in productivity in non-tradable are huge, no? So we will have a model of overvaluation, no? If the productivity changes in non-tradables, we want to have an overvalued exchange rate. So I don't know, I think it's something that's worth thinking about, and I think that the process of technological progress has become much richer, much more diverse, and so I would say that makes me a little bit skeptical to a model which is just so loop-sided in terms of its setup. It's a comment, you don't need to answer.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Roberto.
Very, very interesting paper. It reminds me a lot of a bunch of papers that you quote in your introduction, which is the work by Dooley, Garber, and Volker Landau on the new Bretton Woods system. And I was wondering, if you can usefully compare your work with theirs. I mean, in some sense, for those of you that don't remember that, so that, Dooley used to say, well, this is actually China's problem. It is to bring all these millions of people from traditional sectors to modern sectors, right? And the emphasis is very different because they say, then there's no demand for the new goods that are going to be produced, so China's policy will have to be to generate trade surpluses, right? And reserves accumulation, in some sense, is a side product of that, right? As opposed to the other way around, as opposed to choosing a reserve policy and the trade surplus being the outcome of that. So it's interesting to think about the comparison, partly because some of the issues that emerged that have been mentioned in your model actually are different. Like, for example, what is the limit of the policy of reserve accumulation in your model? It's not clear exactly whether a country can actually pursue that policy forever. But if a country actually doesn't care about welfare, but it cares about just bringing people from the countryside to the cities or to the traditional sector to the modern sector, then that's not a consideration. They can just run a reserve policy forever. Now, interesting enough, in the Dooley Garber Volker standard discussion, the limit to the policy is how many people remain in the traditional sector, right? And in fact, they actually correctly predicted. They said, this is going to take about 20 years, right? So we're seeing actually that we're reaching the limits of that kind of policy. So I want to get your comment.
So, Manuel, last question. Both of you make it short.
Yeah. Yes, my two comments are, they're very quick, but one is a big literature. I know you work in a different area, but macro development dwells with these kind of things a ton. most of your mechanisms are there. Okay, so I think it would be great to relate and to learn a little bit kind of how things work. For example, what Federico was talking about, the fact that you have roundabout in one sector or in the other, that's amplifying also effects. And there's a lot of studies about that in the literature. Also, because you have entry, you have the lab for variety effect. There's papers by David and others that try to correct for that. So there's a lot of things to kind of, I think, it's a good opportunity to try to connect with another literature that have been thinking about these things for a while and trying to correct issues that may pop up as important, but in non-desirable ways. But anyways, just that.
No, it's related. It seems like reserve is a blunt instrument to fix something. And it would be nice to see what alternative instruments are there that the government can use to fix, say, the relative price, which is maybe the problem.
Okay, so thank you very much. We'll have lunch now and come back at 2 p.m. Thank you. paper. So, Nubu, take the floor, please.
Thank you. I would like to start by saying thanks to the organizers for including our paper in the program. So this is a joint work with Julien Benguy. And what motivates our paper is this, the left panel of this figure here. So this figure plots on the y-axis the average current account balance between the fourth quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of 2023 against the average inflation on the x-axis over the same period. And as you can see from this graph, there is this negative and significant relationship between the current account and inflation, which suggests that over the last tightening cycle, capital has been flowing from low inflation countries toward high inflation countries. The right panel just says that countries that experience high inflation tend to tighten more. So focusing on this negative relationship between capital account and inflation, one natural question that came to our mind is whether these capital flows were inefficient in some way. And this is going to be the main question that this paper is going to try to address. More specifically, we ask whether capital flows from low inflation countries to high inflation countries can be destabilizing for the world economy. And to put kind of, let's say, our paper into our contribution into context relative to the literature, there's this existing literature that argues that capital flows can be excessively volatile from the perspective of macroeconomic and financial stability. But one thing that we notice is that little, if not none of these stories give a prominent role to the tension between output stabilization and inflation stabilization that seems to be very important and critical in the current context. And this is what this paper is going to be focusing on. In particular, we are going to build a two-country open economy model with nominal rigidities and inflationary cost push shocks. And what we are going to do is to highlight an undocumented macroeconomic externality that is going to operate through the supply side of the economy. And this macroeconomic externality will give rise to inefficient capital flows across countries. Then we are going to think about the optimal capital flow management policies in this context, and then compare the outcome under optimal capital flow management and free capital mobility from the perspective of macro stabilization and welfare. So let me give you a preview of our result, and then I'm going to jump to the model. So what we show is that in our very simple model, under free capital mobility, capital tends to flow from low inflation countries toward high inflation countries. But an optimal capital flow management policy will actually require capital to flow from high inflation countries toward low inflation countries, which means that capital flows is not only inefficient in an environment where we have high inflation, but it also topsy-turvy, meaning that it flows in the wrong direction. In terms of policy implication, what we show is that by reversing the pattern of capital flows, meaning by redirecting capital flows from high inflation countries toward low inflation countries instead of what we see in the data, this will lead to a situation where countries that are more severely hit by inflationary cost push shock will tend to tighten less aggressively compared to what they are doing right now under free capital mobility. And the model also predicts that this type of policy that reverses the pattern of capital flows will lead to stabilization gains and welfare gains. And the general logic here does not depend on the specification of monetary policy. So to give you an idea of how it works, let's think about a case where monetary policy is kind of passive. And you have this inflationary cost push shock that hit severely one country. Real rate is going to fall. You have exchange depreciation. If you assume that Marshall Lerner condition holds, this will lead to capital inflows in these countries. And then these capital flows, compared to a closed capital account regime, will lead to a situation where households will tend to substitute away from working because of the wealth effect on labor supply, or increase the demand for non-tradable goods. This in turn will increase the marginal cost of firms, and these firms are going to, and this in agreement will lead to higher prices. So basically what happens is that under free capital flow regime, the capital inflows that is induced by monetary policy will tend to undermine the effectiveness of monetary policy. So this is also the same thing if you think about a situation where all countries in the world are following a Taylor rule, and one country is more severely hit, they raise more interest rate, they attract capital inflows, and this capital flow will lead to more inflation. So that's the key mechanism that we have in this paper, and that's what will lead to this inefficiency of capital flows under free capital mobility.
Luke, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
So how do you square this result on optimal capital flows with the usual way we think about it, which is you tend to think that capital should flow where growth is the highest, and I would say that there's probably a very high correlation between the high inflation and the high growth.
Completely.
And so they would go in the opposite direction.
Completely. And yeah, great question. So that's the main result. So basically, that's the main result when we have the demand shortages, and our paper is about supply pressures. So if we think about a situation where monetary policy is constrained, which is, for example, Fari and Verning theory, and monetary policy cannot close good-specific wedges, then what you want to do is to redirect wealth, just as you mentioned, toward the state of the nature where households want to spend more on the good for which the demand is the most depressed. In terms of in an open economy framework, this means that the country with the most depressed output should receive capital inflows, and this country is the one that is most severely hit by the inflationary cost push shock. So this is true in the context of demand shortages, but what we are arguing in this paper is that when monetary policy is not constrained, but actually the reason why we have inefficiency, we have low demand, is because central banks are trying to fight inflation, then we want to do the opposite. And that's because the marginal benefit from reducing the marginal cost is higher than the marginal cost of increasing the labor wage in that country. So that's kind of the main result of our paper.
Sorry, Lufu.
Yep.
Just a clarifying question. If I understand correctly, your paper suggested might be gains from cooperation when there are asymmetric shocks. Does it have any implication when there are symmetric shocks?
If there are symmetric shocks in our model, even if it's inflationary, you don't want to do anything. So, and if you used to think about, let's say, output inflation trade-off in the output inflation volatility space, what this is telling you is that when you have capital inflows, it's going to shift the policy frontier outward, and it's as if one household borrow that impose a macroeconomic externality on other household, and they don't internalize that. So when you're a central bank, what you want to do is to make them internalize that by inducing capital outflows from this country. So for the sake of time, I'm going to skip the literature review and then jump straight to the model. So the model is going to be deterministic. There'll be no uncertainty here. We'll have two countries, and in each country we'll have a continuum of households, and in each country they're going to produce one single tradable good. Households in each country are going to consume goods produced in both countries, and there will be a home bias in consumption. We are going to assume that the law of one price holds for tradables in this world. And then we are going to also introduce nominal rigidities in this model in order to give scope for monetary policy intervention. And we are going to introduce monetary policy in the form of sticky prices a la Calvo. And then in this model, we are going to assume that there is inflationary cost push shock, which leads to output inflation trade-off. Finally, for the international capital market, we are going to assume that on top of the domestic bonds, there is an international bond that pays an interest rate IB, and there's a planner that can affect the effective return that each country is going to face. So basically, under free capital mobility, the return will be equal as across countries, and under intervention in the financial market in the form of taxes, this return will be different across countries, and that will be our policy instrument. So to be more precise, let's start with the household problem in the home country. So each household here is indexed by age, but to avoid clutter here, I didn't put the age here. So household will have log preferences of consumption and disutility from working. This assumption on log preference is not crucial for the result, but it allows us to have a very simple understanding of the result. The consumption good is going to be a CS aggregate of home consumption and foreign consumption, and alpha will represent the home bias here. So in the limiting case where alpha goes to 0, it's as if the economy is closed. Household in the home country only consume their home consumption good. And when alpha is equal to half, households are going to put the same weight on both goods, and there will be no home bias. This will be our baseline case, and then we are going to move away from that later. The budget constraint of the household says here that the net variation in the financial asset position has to be equal to the difference between the total revenue and the expenditures on goods. So that's standard. D is the domestic currency bond, B is the foreign currency bond. The return on the domestic currency bond is I, and the return on the foreign currency bond is IB. And IT is going to be the policy instrument of the domestic country. For the foreign household and for the foreign country in general, it's going to be symmetric, except for the shocks that we are going to consider in this model. And we are going to denote foreign variables with this asterisk at some point. Now we are going to introduce a wedge in the return that these economies are going to face for the international bonds. And we are going to denote by tau D the wedge between the two returns. So when tau D is equal to 0, we have free capital flows. And when tau D is different from 0, we have regulation in the international capital market in the form of taxes on financial transactions. Finally, for the baseline, I'm going to start with the case where there is no home bias in consumption here.
Lufu, yeah. Are those transfers being collected by the capital controls being lump sum transferred to the households, or they are being just thrown to the sea?
Good question. So here, this is what is going to ensure stationarity in this model. The global planner will do a one-time transfer at the beginning of the period. And this transfer will be such that everything goes back to the initial steady state. So that there will be, this transfer is very important, and it shouldn't be thrown in the sea. Yeah. So now here's how we are going to introduce our inflationary cost push shock. It's going to be through wage markup. So we are going to assume that each household here is a monopolistic supplier of its own labor service. And this labor service is going to be aggregated by firms according to a CS aggregator with an elasticity of substitution, which will be epsilon T, which is time varying. So what it implies is that these households are going to set the wage to be a markup over the marginal cost of working, which is given by the marginal rate of substitution here. And this wage markup will be the source of the inflationary cost push shock. Finally, on the firm side.
Is that symmetric, or is it in one country?
So this shock will be different across countries. So if it's symmetric, there will be no role for the government to intervene in this model. And then on the firm side, we are going to assume that we have monopolistic competition, constant return to scale as it's standard in this literature. We'll assume price setting are Calvo, and assume that we have PCP in this model, which implies that the law of one price holds. We make this assumption for simplicity so that the key mechanism will not rely on the fact that we have deviation from the law of one price or distortion in this model. So the government in this will also have access to this standard constant subsidy that will kill monopoly power in the long run. So there will be no monopoly distortion also in the long run. So to make sure that the model is clear, let me define an equilibrium in this global economy. So it's going to be defined as follows. So for a given sequence of interest rate set by central banks in each country, and for a given international financial transaction tax, tau D, it's going to be defined by a sequence of allocation and prices. So here the wages are real wages, and ST represent the terms of trade, such that in the home country, household and firms are going to optimize. These are standard optimality conditions that we all know about. So this one here is the wage setting equation. This is our wage markup shock. And this one here is the Phillips curve, which says that inflation is going to increase when marginal cost is high. And here the marginal cost depend on the real wage, which is in unit of the CPI, and the terms of trade, because the marginal cost of firms is in terms of the price of the good produced domestically. The second market clearing condition here, and the second equilibrium condition is the market clearing. We are going to assume that domestic currency bonds clear domestically. That will be 0. And the good market clearing condition is given by this standard equation, which says that production in the home country will increase if demand in either the home or the foreign country increases, and that's because countries household in each country consume goods produced in both countries. And of course, production also increases when the terms of trade appreciate. The law of one price holds because of our assumption of producer currency pricing, and this implies that the terms of trade in the home country is just the opposite of the terms of trade in the foreign country. And finally, the international market clearing condition will imply the following international risk sharing condition. Even there's no risk here, so let's call it international sharing condition, which says that consumption need to be equalized across countries if there is no imperfection in the international financial market. We are going to assume that there is a global planner who can use these taxes and impose restriction in this market, and this theta t is going to be our key policy variable that we'll try to manipulate in this model. And in particular, we are interested in the optimal path of theta t. Again, free capital mobility, theta t should be equal to 0. So if free capital flow is optimal, we should expect theta to be 0. And we are going to show that that's not the case in this model. So here's how I'm going to proceed in order to think about optimal policy in this model. First, I'm going to define world and difference variables, which is going to be very interesting because then I will show you that we can restrict our attention to the variables and differences, and we shouldn't care about the world variables. So a world variable is just the average of a variable across the two countries for any x, and in particular for inflation is going to be the average PPI. Same thing for the inflation differential. Then we are going to think about a second order approximation of the loss function to have closed form solutions. And then we are going to compare the optimal capital flow policy with the case where we restrict theta to be equal to 0 because we don't want to have imperfection in this financial market. One assumption that we will make in this paper in order to reproduce the fact that we have in the data is the fact that the elasticity of substitution across domestic tradable good and foreign good is greater than 1. So this is empirically relevant, the empirically relevant case. So we have this estimate by Broder and Weinstein in which they show that the elasticity is 7 or between 7 and 17. And you have Kemuhi JP paper in which it says that this should be at least 10. So it's usually satisfying the data.
So Lufu, one question.
Yeah.
So or maybe you comment to it.
No, good.
No, whether the monetary policy is being modeled as a game, each country setting their own, given what everybody else is doing, or what exactly is the equilibrium?
That's important for our description. I'm going to talk about it here now. So monetary policy here is going to be set optimally from a global welfare perspective in order to show the externality. Then I'm going to deviate from that, and I'm going to assume that monetary policy can be set by tailored rules in each country, and we'll still have the same result.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
So, I mean, it's a little, but you're weighing each country in the same way, assuming that implicitly they have the same size?
In the model, they have the same size.
Right, and doesn't this matter because your tau, if you're thinking about a planner, it would map to a Pareto weight, which would represent the size of each country, and that would matter a ton for where the capital flows go at the end, right? So that
Completely. I mean, so here, if we think about a planner who is not thinking about Pareto improving allocation, it shouldn't really matter. You're going to maximize the average can be the utilitarian thing with the weight of the country, and you will still have the same result, just that the level of the tax will be different because the weight is different. So the tax level will be different, tax differential level. In particular, if one country, the size of one country is close to 1 and the other one is 0, then you want to impose 0 taxes. But as you move away from 0, 1, you'll always have this same implication. Now, if we think about Pareto improving one, then we need a transfer in order to implement the allocation.
Look,
yeah.
There is something I don't understand. These nominal interest rates, your exchange rate is the ratio of the CPIs, that they have the stickiness in the two countries. And then you have deviations that are possible among the interest rates, but I would have thought that you're going to have interest rate, in a perfect foresight model, you're going to have interest rate parity with a spot market for the exchange rate, with the floating exchange rate, like these asymmetries in the shocks were going to be reflected in the spot exchange rate that is flexible, that might differ from the one that you define through the ratio of the CPIs. And I don't see that the interest rate parity condition with the exchange rate in the model.
So I didn't show that condition, but if you equate, you have the no arbitrage condition in each country in terms of domestic bond and international bond, and you equate the two equation interest parity condition, it will tell you that you want the interest rate in the domestic country, and let's say the interest rate IB, or the exchange rate, plus the variation in the interest rate in the exchange rate plus the foreign interest rate has to be equal to the domestic interest rate plus the tax wedge, because there is a tax here. So that will be the interest parity condition. Basically, it's a standard UIP condition which says that if I take the return in the foreign country, in the foreign currency, once I correct for the exchange rate, it has to be equal to the domestic return on the same asset. Yeah. So that will always hold in this model. So here I'm not talking about the exchange rate, because the exchange rate will be an adjustment variable that will always make this condition hold. So once I define all the equilibrium object using the UIP condition or the interest parity condition, you can recover what will be the exchange rate level. So that's why I didn't talk about it, because it's just a variable that I'm going to use to back up whatever I want to, any question that I'm going to put. So here's the loss function. It's your classical loss function. You have the world output gap, inflation, and this one is the same one in different terms. And in terms of the equilibrium conditions, you have the IS curve in the world variable, which is the average of the two IS curve. The Phillips curve in terms of world variable, the IS curve in terms of difference, and the Phillips curve in difference. And this is your standard IS curve, which says that output growth will depend on the real return here. This is your standard Phillips curve in the world in terms of world variables. What is very important here is that you can see that there is a clear separation in terms of the world variables and the variables in difference, which means that for our policy analysis in particular, for which we are interested in the path of theta, we can restrict our attention to the variables in difference. So this is what will be the most important thing here for our policy analysis. And any path of the capital of this theta will not affect the path of the world variables. And that's one lemma that we have in the paper, which says that the path of world output and world inflation is not affected by the capital flow regime. And in order to also make sure that there is no gain from cooperation of monetary policy, which will affect the design of this optimal path of theta, we are going to focus on the case where monetary policy is set optimally from the perspective of the global welfare. And I'm going to deviate from that later. Then here's how the result that I think is the most interesting one. We show that the optimal tax on financial transaction will take this form. What it means is that you want to redirect consumption away from the country with the most depressed output. And this is in line with what Paulina was saying, and kind of counterintuitive when we think about the standard theory of transfers, if we think about also macroprudential policy as aggregate management in the spirit of value investing. And again, just to reiterate what I was saying, that's because In their case, they focus on the case where we have demand shortages. In our case, it's not the case. Our point is about the fact that here we have supply pressure. In that case, what we are saying is that you don't want to transfer resources toward agent with the highest MPC, but actually the one with the lowest MPC, because these are the ones that demand less good, and this will put less pressure on inflation. And this is the intuition in terms of macroeconomic externality point of view. So you want, again, you want the agent who, or the household would demand less good to have more inflows so that inflation doesn't go up a lot. And here what I'm doing is that I'm using just an envelope condition in order to think about the marginal benefits from deviating from free capital flows. This variable here is the co-state on the Newton-Phillips curve in difference. And this one here is the marginal benefit of an increase in capital flows on the marginal cost. So when you increase capital flows, what happens is that with our very simple separable preference case, what happens is that you have this wealth effect on labor supply. Household wants to, they feel richer, they want to supply less labor. The real wage goes up, firms face higher marginal cost, so they want to increase prices. And this is going to lead to more inflation. So if you transfer resources toward the country with the most depressed output, which is the countries with the highest inflation, this will fuel more inflation and undermine the effectiveness of the monetary policy. So the optimal policy here will be a policy where the global planner will want to redirect capital flows actually away from the country with the most depressed output. And how externality here is different from your standard aggregate demand externality, because it doesn't operate through, it does operate through relative prices. So in this simple model where we don't have non-tradable goods, if we assume that wages are perfectly rigid, there will be no externality. But in an extension of our paper where we have non-tradable goods, we show that actually we can assume GHH preferences kill the wealth effect on labor supply and still have the same effect.
So look for one question.
Yep.
The welfare weight on inflation, epsilon, does it matter for this?
It does matter.
So if I set it to 0, for example, just to have the intuition.
If you set it, let's say, yeah, if you set it to 0, then it could reverse the result, definitely. Let's say you care only about demand, then the result will be different. The sign will be different there. Thank you. So here is the path of capital flows in this framework. Under free capital mobility, it depends on this elasticity, and that's why we need this assumption to get what we have in the data. Under optimal capital flow management, we have that capital has to flow from the high inflation country toward the low inflation country, and that's always true in this model. So our assumption that eta is greater than 1 implies that the Marshall-Lerner condition holds. So when you have asymmetric shock and the terms of trade or exchange rate appreciate in one country, this will lead to capital outflows in this country. And this is what we need in order to get what we have in the first plot that I show in the model. So basically, our model under this assumption says that under free capital mobility, capital is going to flow from low inflation countries toward high inflation countries, and the optimal capital flow management policy will require capital to flow from the country with the highest inflation toward the low inflation country. So now I'm going to deviate a little bit from the no home bias case and consider now the case where we have home bias in consumption. Then what you can see is that there will be now a purchasing power effect, which comes from the fact that now we have terms of trade that are going to be either more appreciated or less appreciated depending on the path of capital flows, and this is going to dampen the initial effect that we have. But as long as this elasticity is not sufficiently close to 0, we still have that the wealth effect will dominate. And that's also the case when we don't have wealth effect on labor supply, but only wealth effect on demand for non-tradable goods. And in that case, the path of capital flows would just take into account the fact that by changing the path of capital flows, imposing international financial taxes, we are going to also affect the terms of trade, and this is going to reduce welfare in the country that is less hit by the cost push shock. And this is kind of a figure that shows you what will happen in general in this model if we allow for any value of the elasticity and any value of the home bias parameter. So as long as the elasticity is greater than 1, which is consistent with the data, we have that capital flow in the wrong direction on the free capital mobility. Otherwise, we will have that capital flow will be inefficient, but will flow in the wrong in the right direction from high inflation country toward low inflation country. However, this case is not consistent with the data, and this one is more consistent with the data. Another exercise that I'm going to do now is to think about whether this policy improves welfare only when we compare steady state or throughout the whole inflation stagflation scenario. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to construct a very simple stagflation scenario in which some countries are hit, or one country is hit here by an inflationary cost push shock, which is going to be which just means that in one country you have a higher wage markup compared to the other one. And I'm going to compare the path of output and inflation under the two regimes. So in particular, what I'm going to do here is to assume that in the home country, we have an inflationary cost push shock, and in the foreign country, we don't have any inflationary cost push shock. Then in that case, what we show in the paper is that we can represent this economy. So basically, it's first saddle path stable, and we can represent that in this phase diagram. So what I'm showing you here is just the phase diagram. So you have here, so basically, if you think about the locus for output growth equals 0, it's going to be given by the fact that pi d has to be equal to 0. And if you think about the locus for inflation growth equals 0, so stable inflation targeting, it's going to be given by this upward sloping line that we have here. And the intercept of this line will be given by the size of the inflationary cost push shock. So in absence of inflationary cost push shock, or when it's symmetric across country, the intercept will be 0, otherwise it will be positive. So the one that you have here, this saddle path here, is the permanent one if the economy was driven mainly by the temporary shock, and this one is the long-term locus for pi d equals 0. So now here is what happens. When you have an inflationary cost push shock in the home country, it leads to inflation in the home country. But this inflation is going to be lower than the one that you will have if you were on the saddle path here. And that's because of the commitment of the home government, or the commitment of the global planner, to set a higher interest rate in response to the inflationary cost push shock in the home country relative to the foreign country. This means that in terms of output gap, the output gap will be lower in the home country. And that's what you have here with the YD being negative. And it has this hump shape. The implication for the terms of trade is that in order to get this path of output gap across countries, we need the terms of trade to be appreciated throughout the whole episode. So this leads to a situation where you have a terms of trade that is more appreciated in the country that is experiencing this type of shocks, and it misaligned throughout the whole episode. Now, what happens if we use our optimal capital flow optimal capital flow taxes to redirect capital flows away from the country that is severely hit by the cost push shock? Then it's going to change this locus in two ways. First, it's going to change the intercept and also the slope, which is going to be steeper. So what happens is that you can see now that looking at this path for inflation and output, that it's less, you have less inflation differential across here when you look at the case under optimal capital flow regime, and also output gap is less important, which means that you have stabilization gains not only on impact here, but also throughout the whole episode. So this policy is going to improve welfare throughout the transition. Now, the last thing that I'm going to do in order to, in this presentation, is to think about a situation where monetary policy now is not set in a coordinated fashion in order to maximize global welfare. So suppose that each country is following a standard Taylor rule, which in this model is really not optimal because it doesn't have, it's targeting the CPI. So we are using just what is the most common Taylor rule in this literature. And then we are going to set the parameters to be also what people have in the literature in general. We are going to consider a mean reverting cost push shock in the home country. And the other parameter will be calibrated according to what we have in the literature. And for the elasticity, in order to minimize the welfare gain from our policy, we are going to take the lower bound of the empirical estimate. We are going to compare free capital flow regime and the optimal capital flow taxes, which is going to be determined by this rule, which comes from our model. And here is what happens to these countries once the home country is hit by a stronger inflationary cost push shock. So you have that the home country is going to respond by tightening a lot, which will lead to a negative output gap. However, they are not going to bring inflation completely down to zero. And in the foreign country, you will have that foreign inflation is going to be relatively stabilized, and you'll have a boom in this country. And the terms of trade, as I said before, is going to be appreciated throughout this event analysis. And you have that capital is also flowing toward the country that is more severely hit here, the home country. Now, if we implement our policy, then this country, the home country, is going to experience capital outflows because net export is going to be positive. And this is going to lead to a situation where the output gap is going to be lower there. Inflation is going to be reduced by 2%, and we'll have output gap that is also reduced. In terms of policy, in terms of interest rate policies, what it implies is that you will have that the home country will tighten less, and the gap here is 2%. So what it means is that if we have an inflationary cost push shock, that leads to an increase in inflation in the home country by about 8%, which is what we saw in most advanced economies. They would have tightened up less by 2% less if they were to redirect capital flows away from the countries toward the countries that are less severely hit. And in terms of welfare, we show that the welfare gains is about 0.04% of permanent consumption under this calibration where we use the lower bound for the elasticity. And when we go up to the upper bound, as in Kemuhi paper, we find that the welfare gain can be larger than 0.1% of permanent consumption.
Sorry, Lufu.
Yeah.
Just a question. If we had the DCP in this model, would this effect be smaller?
It will be smaller, definitely. In terms of policy implication, just before I conclude, what our paper suggests is that when you have stagflation when you have high inflation in advanced economies, and you see that you have capital flowing out of these countries toward emerging economies, these large swings in capital flows are usually inefficient from a macroeconomic stability perspective. And we need active capital flow management policies or macroprudential policies in order to keep capital from flowing out of these emerging market economies. In the paper, we have extensions with non-tradable goods, and we show that in that case, we can have GHH preferences to kill the wealth effect on labor supply, and we still have that our macroeconomic externality will work through the wealth effect on demand for non-tradables, which will still push the marginal cost of firms up, and then you want to still redirect capital flow away from these countries. And the result continue to also hold when we have wage rigidity. In the paper, we also discuss some other alternative specification like LCP, DCP, and when we have other constraints on monetary policy, it still dampens it does dampen the effect that we have in this model, but it doesn't change the result, which is the fact that you want capital to flow from high inflation countries toward low inflation countries. So to conclude, what we show in this paper is that in the data, we see that capital tend to flow from low inflation countries toward high inflation countries. And this pattern of capital flows, which is not only relevant for the recent event, but in the revised version of our paper, which should be available soon, we show that it's also the case when we look at past event of high inflation across countries. This type of flows can be destabilizing, and that's what we show in the paper. And in particular, we show that reversing the pattern of capital flows will lead to less aggressive tightening in countries that are more severely hit, and will lead to global welfare gains. And in general, we view our paper as casting doubt on this classical view that by having free capital mobility, it's going to promote macroeconomic adjustment, in particular when we are in a high inflation environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give special thanks to the institutions that have made this conference possible, the Latinoamerican Research Fund and the Central Bank of Peru. And this is very personal for me in a way, because of course my first job was with the Central Bank, and much of what I've done in my research and in my life has been actually trying to think about interaction between academic research and policy making. And much of what I was thinking when I was thinking about talking about this paper was like, well, how does this matter? I mean, how is it, how would I talk about this kind of paper to policymakers, right? And that's something that I started doing about 40 years ago at the Central Bank of Peru with very good friends, right? And some of which actually did become policymakers. I mean, here in particular, you see a photo from the first, this was the first economists meeting or seminar of the Central Bank of Peru. And next to me is our dear friend Renzo Rossini. And on the other side, you see Jose Arista, who is today the finance minister. And we've been talking for 40 years about these issues. And, you know, some of my discussion today is going to be inspired by the question, well, how would I sell this paper to policymakers? And I'm going to try to emphasize what I mean, right? Okay, so let's actually go back to a quick summary of the paper, right? So it is observed in the paper that in recent inflationary episodes, those countries that had high inflation also had larger current account deficits. So they borrowed. And then the questions that are asked in the paper are, well, one, is this pattern consistent with relatively standard models? And two, whether that pattern in some sense denotes something that is wrong. In particular, whether there is some need for policy intervention. And in this case, I guess that the intervention that we're talking about is capital controls. And the answers in the paper are both positive, right? Which is, especially with respect to the second question, very surprising, right? So, but just to emphasize, you know, these are the two main graphs with data in the paper, right? The one on the left is essentially the one that is, I guess, the main motivation of the paper that says that countries that have higher inflation, right, had higher deficits. So inflation is on the horizontal, surpluses, current account surpluses are measured along the vertical axis, right? One suggestion at this point is that in order to be consistent with the argument of the paper, it would be very helpful to have also a graph of the current account versus the output gaps, right? Because the paper has definite predictions about that relationships. But in any case, so what does the paper do? Essentially, the paper is going to set up a very standard model, right? It's actually a model that's very close to the one in the older Rogoff textbook, the Redux model, right? With some differences. For example, instead of having like predetermined prices, it has like Calvo pricing and so on. And the model is given in continuous time, which is actually a very odd choice to me. Because, you know, there's not much that you get from that difference. But in any case, it is a fairly standard dynamic New Keynesian model, right? And then that model is examined under the assumption that there's this what's called an MIT shock, right? An unanticipated supply shock in this case that hits the home country. And the paper asks, well, let's actually think about what the optimal monetary policy would be with and without the possibility of optimal capital controls, right? So this, the first regime without capital controls is called free capital mobility, and the second one, managed capital flows. Now I'm going to actually at this point notice the meaning of optimal, talking about what the meaning of optimal is defined with reference to some measure of world welfare. And this is actually defined, assumed to be just the sum of countries' welfare, right? Aside from the fact that there are other assumptions that may be quite strict, like full cooperation and full commitment. But the claims are, well, you know, under free capital mobility, that is, you would get the answer that you might expect. The home country, which is the country that is experiencing the adverse supply shock, would borrow from the other one, presumably for consumption smoothing to cushion the blow, and therefore it must run a current account deficit. But then the paper claims, well, if you have managed capital flows, right, the result is reversed, which means that the country that is hit by the bad shock should in fact not only have higher inflation, but also it would be optimal for that country to reduce demand so that that country would be lending to the country that has not been hit by the shock, right? So the home country would run a trade surplus, which is quite surprising. And the I guess the explanation for this is that, well, what happens is the capital inflows into the home country in this case would increase marginal production costs, for example, because of wealth effects in labor supply, right? And in so doing, it worsens the inflation and employment trade-off for the affected country. I mean, that's essentially the idea, right? Now, again, for a world viewpoint, it would be welfare improving for capital flows to be moving in the opposite direction, right? So the basic framework for the analysis was well described by Lu Fu, right? The main constraints for policy are given by essentially the Phillips curves at home and in the foreign country. Now, because of symmetry, this can be rewritten in terms of sums and differences of different variables, right? So, for example, the first equation here is the development of essentially the Phillips curve for the world inflation rate, the sum of inflation at home and abroad. Whereas the second equation would be the Phillips curve for the differences in inflation, right? And in that second one, you have like the differences in inflation, pi dot d depends on the differences in output gaps, yd, and then the differences in consumption, right? Which is giving the symbol theta in the paper, the consumption differential. And that's presumably something that you can control with capital, if you use appropriate capital controls, right? Now the assumptions are special so that the world welfare function, again, I'm saying this is the sum of utilities, right, can be expressed in this way, right? Essentially, it's interesting, it's a purely quadratic function of world variables and difference variables, right? This is quite tractable, but I must remark, well, this is actually not only derived from a second order approximation of the sum of home and foreign utilities, but it also imposes very strong restrictions, right? For example, there's an optimal subsidy in steady state. The payoff is that there are no linear terms, but this is actually not really necessary. I mean, by now we have a lot of work by especially Alan Sutherland and Benigno, for example, that shows us how to deal with the case in which you don't have to do all of this, right? Okay. So, under free capital mobility, the optimal policy is derived, and it is essentially what you might get, right? Essentially, the interesting part is that in the trade balance would say that the trade surplus of the home country would be a positively related to the differences in output gaps, right? So in this case, the country that has the lowest output would actually run a trade deficit, right? So that's what you would expect. If you have the lower output, then you would borrow from the other country. Now, the main result of the paper, in some sense, is this one that says, well, if you have like managed capital flows, then you obtain that the optimal rule says that the differential in consumption should be positively related to the differential in output. Right? And this is the surprising part because they say that the country that has lower output should also have lower consumption, right? And therefore, that's what actually would reverse the trade balance result. Now, let me just give you a 30-second proof of that. I mean, this, in the paper, the proofs are not given because presumably, the proof is actually quite simple. If you use a variational argument, because of time, I'm going to skip that. But I'm going to go to the question of what exactly is going on here, right? What's going on here is that if you can control consumption and output differentials, essentially the managed capital policy is going to try to balance those differentials, right? Now, by doing that, you can raise the sum of utilities, right? But it's not clear exactly what the distributional aspects of that policy are on the home and the foreign country in terms of welfare. In fact, if you think about the results, it's not clear that the managed flows policy is Pareto superior to the free capital flow policy, right? And in fact, as far as I can say, the managed capital flow policy would make the home country, or could make the home country worse off related to free capital mobility. How is that possible? Because under the assumptions made in the paper, essentially of transferable utility, right, then a policy that makes the home country worse off related to free capital flow can be compensated for by making the foreign country better off, right? And the sum would increase, right? So actually this points out to the need to examine the welfare consequences of each country for each country in isolation, not only the overall welfare effect, in order to think about, what is the, I guess, the importance or the applicability of the paper, right? So just to conclude, therefore, what I can consider to be a good contribution of the paper, a useful contribution, is the observation that, well, capital inflows do, for a country that is hit by an adverse capital shock, capital inflows may complicate the inflation and employment trade-off, and this paper illustrates the idea in a simple and relatively attractive framework. Now, the model is very special. It's very clear that a lot of these restrictions are essential for the kinds of results that the paper gets. But most importantly, the assumption that there is an obvious measure of welfare, that is the sum of utility, is very unpalatable to me, right? The idea is that, well, if falling utility in one country can be compensated by increasing utility in the other country, right? It's very hard to sell in practice, right? How would you tell, for example, home agents that they had to cut consumption even more, right? Because they would be more compensated by increases in by the gain on foreigners. I mean, that's something that in practice, presumably, no policymaker would be able to sell to their population, right? So in any case, because I'm done, thank you very much.
Let's go directly to some questions, and then you can reply. Yeah. Pablo?
Evidence that at least the Phillips curve is dead in the US. So I think it will be useful before going to the model to understand if there is evidence of a Phillips curve in the countries in your sample, because the entire exercise relies on this channel that might be absent in at least one of those group of countries.
Lupu, I have, if you have flexible prices in your model, do you recover, you have log preferences, do you get call and upsell? So, and then you have the law of one price on the whole CPI, but that's kind of strange because maybe you should have the law on PPI. No, but some prices cannot be changed. So maybe the law of one price should be on the guys that can adjust. And I wonder, and that's playing the role of what I was telling you before of like a spot price that is acting kind of like cold and upsell and preventing this arbitrage is the economics might be different. And then maybe also, if you keep the sticky prices, maybe you're going to get a lot of, if things are asymmetric, you're going to get a lot of international trade because the firms are not trading prices. So maybe you want to make them non-tradable if they cannot change the price, because these sticky prices are generating weird things. With comparing to the call and upsell benchmark of flexible prices.
Lufu, quick question. Given the empirical motivation you showed in the beginning, if we keep your model, but instead of having cost push shocks, we have demand shocks, wouldn't that generate the pattern of capital flows that is consistent with the data?
And just Manuel, and then Lufu can answer all of those.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go back to Paulina's question, Lufu. If you take the limit as one country becomes really big with respect to the other, then what are the implications for the small one?
Thank you, Roberto, for a great discussion. I'll start by responding to some of your comments. We don't rely on these assumptions that we have on preferences. In the first version of the paper, we had more general preferences like CRA and all these things. At first, we didn't even have structure on that. It makes the analysis more complicated in terms of duration, but then change the result. In particular, this idea that capital has to flow from high inflation country to a low inflation country does not depend on preferences. The one under free capital mobility does depend on the elasticities. And the relevant elasticity in the general model without structure and preferences will be the ratio between the elasticity of substitution between the two goods across countries and the intertemporal elasticity of substitution. So under standard parametrization, where we assume that the risk aversion for CRA is greater than 1, eta greater than 1 is enough. And if I take some well-calibrated empirical thing like K-Muhi stuff, you have eta equals 10, then it means that you need also to be risk neutral, which is not realistic in order to reverse the result. And again, this is only when it comes to matching the pattern in the data. But in terms of the policy analysis, which suggests that capital has to flow from high inflation toward low inflation country, it doesn't depend on that. That's kind of what and regarding the other assumption, I think we can talk later, but the time consistency would just mean that output gap is just the opposite of inflation instead of the price level under commitment. So actually it makes our analysis more complicated, but we didn't want people to believe that it's because of the time inconsistency that the result is showing up there. That's why we have commitment to. Same thing for the Pareto one. I think that's a very good and that's a very important comment. So in the paper we have one thing that I think was misunderstood is that the home country is never worse off. The home country actually is always better off, even though you are redirecting capital flow away from this country. And you can see that in the quantitative analysis. The country that could be worse off is the foreign country, which is getting these capital inflows. But in order for the country to be better off, what we show, we have a footnote, and we should flesh out that, and I agree with that, is that if you allow the global planner to have a transfer at date 0, it can always ensure that the foreign country has at least the welfare that he has under free capital mobility, which means that under bargaining and all these things, you can still get that as long as you give them an instrument which is a transfer at 0. But now to try to respond to the other comment, in the paper, and I think as long as we have PCP, not LCP or DCP, under the Kohl's parametrization, you have the standard Kohl's result that if the elasticities are equal to each other, which is equal to 0, there's no capital flows, so there's no role for policy. That's always true. So it's not really about the sticky price assumption. It's about the fact that we don't have the fact that monopolistic firms selling the same good in 2 different countries are pricing the good at different prices. So under DCP or LCP, and I think I had a comment when I was presenting about that, then that can be different. But as long as we have PCP, the Kohl's case is still still hold in our paper. Regarding the weight that we put on countries, so here we assume half because we think it's an elegant way to write the paper, but we can have different weight, and in that case, in the welfare, we need the same weight that we will put on countries. So it's utilitarian, basically, the way we do that. In the limited case where one country is too big and one is super small, let's say small open economy, our model implies that you don't want to use macroprudential policies to distort capital flows. So capital flows will be efficient in our model. However, if you have constraints on monetary policy that leads to demand shortages, just like Paulina was saying, then in that case you want to intervene, and that's from FLAR and Benning econometrical paper. The last question, I think there was 2 questions. The Phillips curve. So for the Phillips curve, yeah, we didn't really do that, and I think we should take a look. But yeah, it does work through the Phillips curve, and that's one of the most important channel here. We need to have this upward inflation trade-off. So thank you for the question. And Fernando,
the demand shocks.
Oh yeah. So if we have demand shock in our model and not supply shock, we can still have what we have in the data as long as the elasticity is greater than 1. What we don't get is the fact that the optimal capital flow policy will implement a different type of allocation. Thank you.
Okay, is it okay if we talk about it with him afterwards, Manuel, about the remaining? Okay, because we're running a little bit late. Okay, so let's take a break until 3:15 and we'll be back.
Okay. Hello. Thanks to the organizers for the privilege of presenting, and to NBER, FLAR, and the Banco Central for making this possible. I think all of us are very thankful to Jota and to the central bank